Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm McCready. This is Light Rose, and Light Rose, we are here. Another season, another set of teams for the NECC Gaming Championship. I've added that Gaming Championship because it sounds a little bit more zhuzhy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it adds a little bit of flair to it. But
yeah.
Like you said, this is the back for NECC. It is the first time that back for Rainbow Six Siege, and it's the first time that you and I have been in the casting booth for a while. But it's not really about us, is it, tonight? It's about the teams that we're about to see play.
Yeah, and speaking of these teams, first of all, we're going to be having Murray State Gold, if we get their roster up, coming up very, very quickly. Tonight's lineup going to be Noodles, Better Rocketti, Bravo, DNA Plays, and Obey. Well, a very impressive roster from what I know, Light Rose, but they've got to have a team to go up against, don't they?
Yes, they do, of course, and that is going to be Marion University. You can see right ahead of you. It's Payne's, Whapperboy, Claws, ICE, and Dusky Games. And you can see they've got a little bit of a younger there. Almost 4 out of the 5 there, freshmen. So got some young blood compared to Murray State. I guess if you want to say young blood, I know in esports the shelf life is a little bit thinner. So
I've got to be honest, being English, I don't actually know the difference between freshman and junior. I assume fresh is brand new.
So with the 4 years, freshman is 1, sophomore 2, junior 3, senior 4. So you can see everybody is new. Yeah, don't worry about it. We're Americans.
Right, that's fine. I'm just gonna crack on. I'm just gonna enjoy it. Well, these are two teams that myself and you do not know much about, Light. So there's very few things we can say, very few claims that we can make. We just have to kind of get on with it with the game. Now the lobby is ready. The players are ready and raring to go. So let's not waste any time at all. Let's bring up these map bands, see exactly where we're gonna be going, Light.
Yeah, and you can see right on there, we're going to Clubhouse and Oregon straight off the board. Probably make some people happy. Coastline Villa is where we are going to be headed first. So 2 decisive maps can kind of set up the play styles. And in the end, we're going to see Cafe for the decider if we end up there. So some good maps overall should kind of show off some teams' play styles. You think of Coastline and Villa. I think these two can kind of blend together, and also they really have their own identities, with Coastline a little bit more frag heavy and Villa a lot more horizontally strategically favored.
Yeah, I feel like having Villa and Coastline together, you have a lot of opportunities, a lot of options with these maps. One thing that's really caught me off guard, the fact that Bank made it so long through that map phase, being the very final map, and Miriam University actually deciding that that was the map they wanted to go to instead of Bank. I mean, having that bank on the board that long it fills me with hope. I mean, these teams, they're willing for these new things to be a potential battlefield. They want to go to these new maps. They want to show what they have. And that's something that really enjoys me. But Coastline, Villa, CAF, these are the maps we're going to be heading to, and it's going to be a very explosive start because, Light Rose, when we look at a map like CAF, well, what does it scream out to us?
Right here, starting on Coastline, you are going to see it is Marion University on that defense and Murray State on that attacking side. We're already going to kind of get the banning phase out of the way. And Coastline, it is a little bit different than the other maps when it comes down to banning. You know, you might see a little bit more of non-hard breach being banned. Thatcher usually makes it through because of the lack of hard breach. And Jackal going off the board, no surprise for this map.
Yeah, it really isn't. It's an operator that you either see Jackal or Nomad taken away on this map, simply put, because it's a very small map when you think about it. And having a Nomad, you can shut down those staircases, you can shut down that rotation. Jackal, that allows for a lot more aggressive play, so that's probably Marion University saying, okay, we don't want aggression, we can deal with air jabs, but we can't really deal with a team that's hunting us down actively. Also, that new operator to the competitive map pool is going to be taken away.
I do like that. It shows that we're a little bit different. Mira, not different at all, but going back to that Osa pick, I think Coastline definitely lends itself to kind of Osa's play style, what Osa would bring to the table with that shield, and especially with the PDW. No PDW tonight with both Jackal and Osa going off the board. We aren't going to see that in Cav. Marion University bringing out the Cav band. So no yelling interrogation, unfortunately. It's so sad. It's one of the best parts about casting Rainbow Six Siege, just like the very few instances when you just get to burst out interrogation, but sadly not tonight.
Not tonight. Not going to be happening. But one very interesting operator that will be left through because of that cap ban is the Valkyrie. Now, Coastline is a map with a lot of soft destruction potential. Most importantly, when you look at all these sites, every single site can be destroyed vertically in some way or other. Having a Valkyrie on the board, well, that just makes life a lot harder, and I think that's going to be a trend with the maps that we're going to see, is if Valkyrie gets through these operator ban phases, we're going to see very aggressive teams, a lot of C4 focus, and with the Pulse coming out on the board, it's just going to happen even more and more.
Yeah, switching off the Jaeger as well. And that means that these attackers, they might be able to slip these frag grenades through. And you know, Warden's kind of good at dealing with flashes and smokes. He cannot tank a frag grenade to the face, unfortunately. Magic glasses will not stop you from fragmentation. So we are seeing both DNA plays and Obey having those frag grenades in their pocket, and they are at liberty to use them. There's going to be no gadget that really is going to be able to stop them. So the C4s on the side of Marion really might have to make up for that. And, you know, they have 3 in their pocket. So, nope, they've got 2 in their pocket.
2 in their pocket, yeah.
Not having impacts.
Not bringing the impact grenades.
1.
A little bit interesting, meaning with those prox mines, now you have to worry a lot more. You have to use these C4s, and while Pains does have it in pocket, it's a lot harder to play that verticality that we talked about. And one thing at least, though, that 6-pick from the Jaeger to the Pulse, it was planned. It wasn't a last-minute thought. They had that Warden already aware that this was going to happen regardless. MSU Gold, though, starting out in the attack, they're going to be heading for a VIP and Penthouse take. Pretty standard. They have a player over towards Hookah. That's DNA, if I'm not mistaken. Droning out with Obey, getting the information, saying, okay, we've got the plan over on this side of the map. Could we push this side? Well, with this first kill coming out on the board from Obey, you might just be able to.
Yeah, really good punish there, not noticing the drone. And now, this site actually might be free, but ICE's got that Valkyrie cam, and the yellow pings are going to come out. The stun is there as well, and Pains has a C4. Do they notice the plants are going down? It's a 5v3 as MSU is going to have the advantage, and the C4 is not going to go down in time, and the diffuser is going to be planted. Just ICE, and it's a flawless round starting straight off the board for Murray State, and a very strong start.
Yeah, a take that really was not expected on the side of Miriam. I don't think they were ready for that. They weren't ready for the aggression that came through. As soon as we saw Hookah move in, as soon as Obey pushed in, the tension of the Pulse was completely on that sledge, completely worried about that, and the window player didn't notice the plank going down, and that was round losing, essentially. As bad as I want to say it, right out the gate, that was what lost the round. They focused on the sledge. They weren't aware of the full situation. They had a Valkyrie camera that could have given that information away, and that would have been 1C4. Well, that didn't happen. They took control of Hookah, and the rest of MSU Gold, they went around, got control of 90. They were able to catch out Marion. As soon as that plant went down, it went into a frenzy. Very good use of momentum coming out from the attackers.
Yeah, Pain's not able to use that C4 that they had in their pocket to really stop the plant, but not wanting to go back to the same site. Instead, it's going to be Kitchen and a whole load of different operators sticking with the Jaeger. The only thing that is stagnant or staying from that previous round is going to be the Ella, so they do have the ability to create rotates without those C4s, and they're going to have a lot of trap operators trying to stop that MSU Gold roster. You can see with the Castle, Ella, Legion, Mute, everything is just designed to halt that extremely oncoming attack. And I think that is definitely a good start compared to what we saw previously, which was a very aggressive attacking side.
Oh yeah, I feel like getting that aggression off the board very quickly is the name of the game. If you're able to shut down MSU Gold, because they're going to be riding on the high from that first round. If you can shut down MSU Gold, you can really get some work done. But the Ash Breaching Charge going off, the sledge nearby, these castle barricades will be done very quickly with. Noodles taking control of that vert very quickly, allowing for the rest of the team to get through is a worrying sign for me. No contest coming out from Marion, they're turtled in, and suddenly, as soon as that sledge gets their light, they're going to be exposed.
Yeah, nobody is really on that top floor to try to provide coverage, and it is going to be Obey once again getting that opening frag. It's going to be onto Thwapper Boy, and right now, that service entrance, it's only covered by the gun of ICE, and there's going to be 2 members of MSU Gold who are trying to make their way towards that, so ICE's got to be very careful, but not careful enough, as it's Obey finding their second for the round as they're going to take off the Legion's head. Zyrox, you can see all the way over in blue bar. They're going to have to make their way on over to the site as it's only Claws left to try to defend against the onslaught of MSU. And if Claws goes down here, they're going to be able to escape with their life, but they have to wait for some support here, but it's not going to come.
No, it's not. Bravo's going to push through, finds that final frag. And MSU, a very comfortable second round, I'm not going to lie. And a couple of things I want to point out. I mean, Obey, that was second kill, like you said, that came upside down through a window. That was very, very well played, very, very well coordinated. As soon as they had that verticality, they knew they could push onto site. They had the player on Cool Vibe to cut off the rotate from Zyrox. And that's the important part. You had Claws alive on site, MP5, SMG11, still a very good opportunity, even though the odds were stacked against them. But at the end of the day, that cutoff, it meant Zyrox couldn't get to site, then the numbers game, it just wasn't going to happen for MSU Gold, or for Marian University, sorry. MSU Gold, they're going to be attacking Hooker again, and I want to see if this Pulse has brought out better usage of this information.
It seemed like the information that Marian was able to, or actually MSU was able to get, was really, really well done. You could see Obey, they're able to get their drone in there and they're finding information. Marian just not aware of that. And Marian on their side, they've got the information of, cameras we saw in the first round. Valkyrie was able to get perfect view onto these attackers. They weren't able to capitalize on it. I think that might be the difference between the two, is that right now, at least in these first two rounds, Marian hasn't been able to capitalize on the information while Murray State has. And I mean, that's led to 2 flawless rounds in a row.
Yeah.
You want to stop the third here. You definitely want to stop the hurtling boulder that's coming straight towards you. And I think they do have the roster to win this one up. They've got the Maestro to give the information. They've got the smoke to, push off the enemies just for now, because that seems to be the goal. MSU is, once again, a very, very aggressive team from what we've seen these first 2 rounds. And if that trend continues, the smoke is the right play.
Yeah, being able to shut down the freedom of movement combined with that Legion and the castle is going to be made even more difficult for the side of the attackers, like you say. Big thing for me, though, is we do need to see some frags coming out. You can have all the strategy in the world, but that frag potential has to be there. Starting out this early in the game, in the season, you don't want to see them weak at all. And MSU, they're certainly looking to do the opposite of that. They're looking to come off strong, come off fast, come off aggressive. And it's Obey, again, going to be able to find their first kill in the round. Bravo following up with a second as Obey finds 2 more. Getting a triple, it's all down to Claws. But yet again, a flawless round for MSU Gold. Very aggressive, very decisive. They know exactly what they want to do, Light.
Yeah, MSU knows in their hearts they are better than Marian U, and they are playing that way. Having 3 flawless rounds in a row, these rounds are going extremely quickly as well. MSU, they're able to hit their shots just so much quicker than Marian, and that's leading to just these lightning fast rounds, because if you know that you're going to beat the enemy every single time, why bother droning it out? Why bother trying to set up these extremely coordinated plays when you could just go in the building, win your gunfights, round over? That has happened, at least in these last 2 rounds. I do not expect to stop Zyrox bringing out the cap can. That is definitely the smart play, along with Payne's Malusi. Yeah. That is a emergency solution to the problem here. Maybe punishing the very, very extreme aggression.
Like you said, when you know you're going to win these gunfights, when you know that you're better and you have in your mind that you're better, why bother droning? Well, now they have a reason. They've seen this Capcan. They are aware that they are going to have to deal with these Capcan traps, and in doing so, you have to drone. You have to slow down a little bit. You can't just rush onto site. That's the big problem for Marian at the moment. If they can slow them down, then they can really start to get work done. I feel like a little bit more focus on that C4 potential we saw earlier. Maybe just have a Valkyrie down below. But for now, let's see if this is going to work out for Marian. Now, they're getting reinforcements towards the VIP side, recognizing that was a big problem area last round. MSU, they opened that wall. They got in very quickly, very fast, very hard. They get that reinforced, slow them down, step by step by step. A little bit more of an extended roam play coming out from this Capcan and this player in VIP, but Noodles will be kicking things off aggressively, getting in with that Amber Gara hook, looking towards 90. And as the Ash breaching charges come through, well, suddenly you have to worry and you have to wonder. Zyrox, covering this angle, will be looking at towards 90, but doesn't know where these players are. Haynes walks forward, doesn't check his corners. Noodle's going to be getting that first kill, looks for the second, but Zyrox able to find the first one for the side of Marion University. And then Bravo has a quick refrag, keeping that player advantage in the side of gold. Better Raketti getting a frag of their own, keeping that 2-player advantage, make it 3. Obey on the window, making them sit down as DNA Plays closes out the round.
We got a kill on the board. That is something you can say. Zyrox leading the charge with the 1 kill of Marion University in round 5 already. It has not even been 15 minutes, I think, and we are already on the 5th round in what's seeming a very, very one-sided affair here, with Murray State just taking extreme charge going on in. The Capcan traps not meaning anything to them, bringing out the Frost now. Everything in the kitchen sink trying to stop Marion University. I want to make a joke about how, like, do you know the joke, McCready, where it's like women's leagues and like trap operators, and you fall back on that?
I heard the word women and I figured that this was not going to be a good road to go
No,
down.
I cast
I'm
women's
convinced
league,
it's
Creedy.
not. I've done that as well.
Yes.
That's a great experience.
You could say, yeah, with Project Eris, the running joke was that trap operators, when you're in a sticky situation, that your whole team would just go the line of trap operators.
Okay,
and
right.
That seems to be the case.
In this case, let's talk about why that might be the case. Why we've seen operators like Frost flashed up. Why we've seen operators like Capcan. Well, simply put, with those Capcan traps, with those Frost mats, you have to interact with them in some way or another. That has to give that information to that defender. You either detonate it, trigger it, or shoot it. No matter what happens, there is audio information for those defenders to seize upon. They get a little bit extra warning. They might even get it down in the case of a Frostmat or a Capcan trap. That's why these trap operators are brought out in some of those situations. Honestly, this Blackbeard pick, though, that's interesting me a little more. Obey is normally that window player.
Yeah, but Blackbeard, he's a little bit of a crutch operator, some might say, and Blackbeard might just be the, I kind of want to play Blackbeard. I'm feeling Blackbeard, and MSU, they've kind of earned themselves a little bit of that comfort. Do they need the help in the frag department with Blackbeard? Probably not, but it's not gonna hurt Noodles to have that extra kind of damage sponge.
No.
Benaraketti taking a whole bunch of damage. It's Zyrox already starting, having 2 kills and getting the first opening frag, and they're immediately gonna get taken out. But it's Bravo down as well, and now we are seeing Marion University having some sort of life in them, as Zyrox should be able to get revived, and it's gonna be a 4v3 here.
Yet the diffuser is down over towards that VIP side. The revive will come out and Zyrox will be returned to the side of the living. Now the big thing is this Blackbeard, it screams out that double window, or one of those windows could be very difficult to contest, but Icy and Pains will both fall. And now it's down to the 2 players of Zyrox and Thwapperboy. So far, 2 kills on the board between them. Obey will spot the player crossing. Thwapperboy able to get the finger. Doesn't confirm the kill. But DNA Plays is going to kill himself with a frag grenade. And then it comes down to Zyrox, who will be picked off from the sledge by that double window. Another round in favor of the attackers of MSU Gold. Match point. Honestly, the writing seems to be a little bit on the wall for me for this map.
Yeah,
We're not on match point just yet. We're nearly there. But on Clubhouse, sorry, not Clubhouse, Villa. Our next map is going to be Villa. What do you expect to see different from the side of Marion that might lend a bit of a hand?
Something that might help on Villa is that you've got a little bit of a buffer between the sites and outside. With what we're seeing from Marion is that they've gone hookah 4 out of the 5 times, and hookah, the bomb is literally right next to the outside, and that is something that Murray State are really able to capitalize, using the windows to look directly into sight and then just charge straight on in. And they've obviously got 5 rounds on the board because of that. Now going to Penthouse Theater, it's a little bit of the same true. You've still got that window. They've got an Aruni Ella, so they're really preparing for the entry from there. But the same thing kind of occurs. It's very, very close because you've just got Hall of Fame. That's right there. You can go extremely close to sight And Marion having a little buffer, you know, that would definitely help them here. They're going onto the alibi, just trying to do anything to get a round on the board here. Still, it's only Zyrox with 2 kills compared to Murray State, who's got 10 on Obey.
Yeah, so basically what I'm hearing from yourself is going into this next map, you want to see Marion maybe on the defensive side stick to the general rule of thumb of you go to a site twice, if you don't win it, try it again, come back to it later, have another go at it, see if that works. Because of the high impact closeness of these rounds and these gunfights that you see on a map like Coastline.
Yeah, I think that is definitely something that needs to happen, is that going to the same side over and over. Murray State are just prepared for it, and already Bravo's going in. They're going to get stunned by the Ela Mine, and they're going to get zapped by the Runegate, but that's not going to stop them at all, as now they are prone on the site, and they have breached it wide open. Obey is going to be on that when they're providing coverages. Now, the rest of Murray State is going on in. Bravo taking an impact grenade to the knees, and they're going to be out 1-2 bullets away from death, as now we've got a little bit of a standstill here, as Obey is once again going to get that opening frag on the Claws. And now that entire penthouse site is open to Murray State. Are they going to capitalize on it?
The win condition here for Murray State, in my eyes, is get control of that VIP. If you get control, you open the wall, you can get that plant down on the side of Bravo. But as we see Noodles trying to take this gunfight with the player in theater, Thwapperboy plays it safe. Noodles, are they aware of another player? Well, maybe not. Icy will be taken down as Thwapperboy and Zyrox follow. It's all down to MC Payne, MU Payne. You know what? MC Payne. Hell yeah, we're gonna stick with that. MC Payne has to stop this blank going down, is unable to do it, and will not be able to stave off match point for the side of MSU Gold. That is going to be 6 rounds on the Trot Light.
4 out of the 6 rounds were flawless rounds. I think knowing that statistic to anybody should show them that this is a very one-sided affair. Now 6-0 match point. Marion University going to be on that attacking side, so who knows, things could change very, very drastically going on here, and a drastic change is needed.
Attacker-sided map. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it is an attacker-sided map.
But is the side really the problem here between the two?
You know what? I'm gonna back Marion. Yeah, I think this. With the attack, they have a different dynamic. They can get aggressive, they can control the flow a little bit more, because that was something that they weren't really able to do on the defensive side. On the attack, they bring the shield, they bring frag grenades. While MSU Gold might try to play aggressive, that's going to hinder more than help if Marion are able to take advantage of some of these opportunities that MSU will offer them. Devil's advocate for you there.
I mean, you are onto something there. I mean, attacking side and the defending side. With attack, usually you're kind of able to engage the fights. You know, peeker's advantage, all that. With defense, usually you're sitting back and waiting for the attack to come to you. At least that is what Marion has done. So this attacking side could lend themselves a lot more to that. But then I'm also afraid Murray State, with how aggressive they were on the attack, who's to say they're not going to push on the defense?
I think they will, and that is exactly my point. I feel like they will get aggressive, they will be confident with these gunfights, as you can see down in Office. But if they do not win this gunfight, if they are able to be cut off by the side of the attackers, that can really hurt that defensive side and really give these attackers an opportunity for a round. Hookah will be the designated area to attack, and Pains will start moving forward. The first smoke canister with 2.5 minutes left will be going out. The C4s are nearby. He has no control down below. This is a very risky situation to be in. Obey currently 11-0. Playing over towards Sunrise. Has to be flushed out if they want a post plan on this Hookah side. They need a player on that double window, and if Obey is there, they can't commit that player down there. Zyrox, though, able to find that first kill, will take away Noodles and that C4 potential for the side of NSC Gold. Marion, you have the player advantage. How are you going to use it?
Ooh, taking out Nudes is a good factor, and now they're going to try to squeeze the Montaigne through the doorway. Payne's having that diffuser, having the 2 smoke canisters in the pocket, as well as Thwapperboy seems to be playing a little game of laser tag, and now Bravo is just going to drop straight through Florence, Benacaretti, excuse me, and now Marion might actually have control of the site.
Oh,
Obey is now
no.
going to go to Sunrise, and ooh, this is a very, very dangerous game here. Obey going on the outside. They're going to get bounced by ICE's Nomad and immediately retreat. So the round is not over. Marion definitely still has the ability to win this one out, as they're clearing out the utility, clearing out the site, and they have the Montaigne in the pocket of Pains, the 2 smoke canisters. Things are lining up, Creedy.
They are, and while MU Pains can go for the plant in this corner, it's going to be very difficult to cover. The smoke will be baited out, very nicely done, but the Nomad air jabs have been used. IC is able to find their first kill, giving the first death to Obey, trying to go up that hookah. Oh my lord, suddenly this just got very juicy. The top fragger for MSU Gold off the board. The players of the attacking all still up. Marion, this is the best opportunity for a round one that we've seen so far. Hopefully, I haven't cast a curse it, as Bravo looks to take this gunfight with the player of Zyrox. The plan starts to go down. No C4s are left. DNA will find Zyrox, but that plan's being stuck. Thwapper Boy answers with a kill of their own. It's all a 2 versus 4 now. And while the defenders have to retake this site, the question is, what can they do? Better Raketti will start off with a kill onto IC. And has to play it safe, has to reload. The position is given away. Bravo getting aggressive with this SMG-11 of their own. The 2 SCS operators, they have to work together. The player peeks on the window, gets ripped off by Bravo, but dropped down by Claws. And a 2 versus 2 with 20 seconds left.
No, Benaraketti now, as the diffuser time just slowly ticks away, Marion are going to get themselves around on the board. And for what it seemed like last half, it did not seem like this was possible, but they have done it. Marion put around on the board, and we could be here for a little bit longer, McCready, because that attacking round was a huge change from the first half.
What did I tell you, Light?
I never said you were wrong.
Attacker-sided map. Attacker-sided map.
I mean, the worst part about playing devil's advocate is that sometimes the devil is right. So.
Yeah. Am I really that bad, like?
No, I never said that you were the devil. You were playing devil's advocate, weren't you?
Yeah. Anyway, looking at this attacking lineup again, they're bringing a very similar lineup, expecting probably a similar type of attack. Big thing for me, when I'm looking over towards this actual attacking side, what I do want to see is... I want to see Marion University, as they do 6-pick that Flores. A lot of utility clearance coming out on the board. What I do want to see is a little bit of more awareness of where these roamers could be, where these roamers have the potential to strike. They were able to catch out Obey last round, but it was already at the position of being in Sauna. They let him hold in Sunrise for way too long. I want that dealt with a lot quicker.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of had Obey stuck down there. There wasn't much a Jaeger could do underneath. There wasn't a pulse. There really wasn't any information as well that you could give besides your own 2 eyes that you had in front of you. And once that is down, once the site is completely cleared of defenders, there isn't much you can do from underneath without, you know, this said pulse. So if Marion continues just to kind of clear the site somehow of MSU, then we could see the same thing happen. So, you know, there were no camera operators on the defensive side, only denial operators.
Yeah, and that's a very, very important part of this, because, like you said, 4 C4s. Call center from hell. Looks like what we're going to see is a very aggressive MSU side. Like you said, they're not going to try and stop the plan from going down with operators like Maestro or like with Echo. They're going to get aggressive. They're going to get on the swing. They want these frags, and with a C4, it's the perfect way to do it. Now, big thing about this site, like Hookah, a C4 down below can cause a lot of problems. Zyrox will be on the entry and security. One problem is going to be Benaraketti with that spear. A beautiful assault rifle. A bit slow firing, but very powerful one at that. Will find that opening frag and gets MSU the first kill of their round.
And now the hunt kind of has began. Without a Jackal, you really aren't going to be able to do much without your trusty little drone that's in your pocket. As it seems that ICE is trying to do the manual part. It's a little risky, considering Benaraketti does have a little bit more kills. But Bravo, we're bringing out the sniper pistol here. I want to see something. I want to see a little dink.
Yeah, me too. Just holding up angle, holding up position, waiting for the Monty to peek because of the way that he's leaning. The way that he's peaked that Monty, he's going to see him quicker. If the Twitch was to peak, the Twitch would see the Cade first. So actually offers a lot of potential, but that Flores Rotero is going to be forcing the Cade Claw off, forcing this player into a different position. And Bravo whips out the Org, aware that there's more than one player out there. The C4 goes, doesn't find a kill. And suddenly, even more time is wasted. That Cade Claw's still on the board. And it's going to be Icy over towards that VIP side, getting that first kill, dislodging the player. Just like I said, for the side of MSU goal on the attack, the VIP is key. If they're able to hold it, if Icy can hold this position, get this kill, which isn't going to happen, suddenly the defense can retake it and just dominate. DNA plays and Better Akedi will clean things up, and MSU Gold will take their first map on Coastline. 7-1, Light.
There was a little sliver of hope, but it was so quickly snuffed out by Murray State, with Obey having that main center presence. They had a very good map themselves, getting into that double-digit margin, and a very, very low death count at that, 11-1. That's a pretty fancy kill count, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, it really is very well played by the side of MSU. And I'm not going to lie, that was a very controlling game, a very dominated one. We did see MSU control the pace, control the flow, dictate a lot of these gunfights on their own terms. And that's where I feel Miriam, they were reacting a lot rather than acting. And you've got to give them credit on the defense. There's not really much you can do in that way. But yeah, it wasn't a great start out for the side of MUE. I'd like to see a little bit more. I'd like to see them being able to bring it back on this Villa. Like you said, not as aggressive, a lot more strategical value, and a lot more buffer zones in the actual frequency of these gunfights, Light.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit of what you were saying in the end there. I think with ICE just kind of taking into DJ and taking out the Kaid, really exploiting the, I don't know, selective hearness, or just the inability to perceive the surroundings that the Kaid had. And it kind of opened it up a little bit. The site was flushed out. You only had the mute in the corner, which the Monty that they played on the attack was able to spot. Just after that, you weren't able to win the gunfights, and sadly 7-1 on Coastline. Not a favorable scoreline, but we do have a map 2 coming up, Villa. We're going to take a little bit of a break, so make sure that you are going to stick around, because we're not going anywhere. Welcome back to NECC. If you were with us for the first map, we just had Murray State win Coastline 7-1 over Marian University. I am Light Rose, and joining me over here is the wonderful McCready.
Yeah, a very disappointing result to start us off for Miriam, but MSG Gold obviously going to be taking this momentum a massive way. Second map that we're going to be heading to is Villa, and with MSG going on the attack first, this is exactly what they want. They're a very aggressive team. They're a very controlling team with the pace and how these gunfights take place. I feel like this is only going to add on to it when we go into the next map. I mean, honestly, I feel like a good attacking team on Villa are able to take control of that 90 within the first 30 seconds of entering the building. If they're able to do that, then they have a lot of time to think, to plan, to really get to grips with what lays ahead of them. So for the defensive side, the name of the game has got to be stalling out that position. Ideally, what you want for an AVG defense is you want some players over towards Statue Trophy, hold that position around about the 2-minute mark, start to back up, take control of 90, and then just kind of layer it that way, Light. In my own opinion, at least.
Yeah, it feels like teams that once you get control of 90, you kind of have half the map sectioned off. Like with Villa, it's kind of a bigger map, but it feels like teams that take control of 90 on the attack have kind of sectioned off an entire portion that it's going to be really hard to flank them out. Usually red stairs is going to be covered, and back, usually that trophy area is going to be really hard to flank. So like you said, the goal for Murray State really going to be trying to stave off 90 from Marian as long as you can. Already going into this, Jackal's still going to be on the board, so I don't know if Marian are going to elect to go with that, and the Thatcher's going to go off the board because, you know, Villa's a little bit of a bigger map, and Jackal might still relish in having that ability to track these roamers down.
Yeah, it is slightly bigger, and having a Jackal on the board, you can see where a lot of these things are going to go, but I feel like Marian, I don't think they like Jackal. I don't think they like playing against that operator, so they will opt for that Nomad. They will not want to bring that Jackal, because on the defense, it's a very difficult operator to play against, and against a good team, and with the pace and the coordination that we see from MSU, I feel like having that Jackal on the board would allow them to get cut off way too easily on the roam of their defense. So, honestly, having a little bit of an idea about these teams, I feel like Jackal is a good ban. The Mirror, though, is one that I'd rather see stay through and take away that cave, maybe.
Mm-hmm. The thing about it is Marian is starting on the attack. If we're going off of what we saw last map with that Marian extreme aggression, and very, very one-sided, I would want to get as much of an advantage in that first half as I can if you're Marian. Mm-hmm. And I think that includes the Jackal. It makes sure that there isn't really any roamers that you're unaware of. And from then on, if you can get, 5-1, 6-0, it doesn't really matter if Murray State also has Jackal, because you have such a slim margin to victory.
Yeah.
That all you need is just a couple mistakes, which Murray State has made in the past. Marian has made in the past. So definitely there is a path to victory with the Jackal, but him going off the board, Marian has a way to go around that.
Yeah, I feel like that's more of a comfort pick, a comfort ban when it comes to this team, and just saying, like I said, don't want to deal with it. It's going to be a big problem. We'll bring the Nomad. We're happy with that. We're comfortable with it. We're going to use it. And like I said, I feel like this isn't a bad idea. But the big difference that I've noticed between these two teams, immediately, we're seeing MSU Gold jump into action. These strats are pre-made. They are controlled. They know exactly what they're doing. That's the big thing. For me, it felt a lot like Marian. They were reacting way too much with their setups. They were just kind of getting things down for the sake of getting them down. Whereas this feels a lot more intentional from MSU Gold. It feels like they have gone through and set it up. One thing I'd say looking at this setup is I'd probably leave a rotate on bookshelf, but ultimately this is what I would expect to see from a competitive T3 team.
Yeah, it's very, very default type of play, and with the Kaid, he's still going to have that Electric Claw. Using the plane is a very, very smart way of getting both walls while not really revealing the claw itself, so any kind of IQ might struggle to get with it, but then again, I believe, you shoot down the plane, there goes the Electric Claw. So it's a little bit of a glass cannon, if you say. But already we're seeing Marian try to get a little bit of an advantage, taking it from this. Actually, it seems to be kind of a a split take. You've got a couple in study, and then you've got a couple in bedroom here.
Let's be honest, like, if you're in the side of Aviator, to the point where you can shoot that plane, you're not worrying about the K-Claw anymore. You're focusing on that gunfight. But Zyrox on the flank here, I want to see with at least another player, another operators for that refrag potential. Because one big problem I noticed last time is Noodles is down below. Just like we saw Obey playing on coastline. Very, very comfortable, very, very controlled, and very little counters coming out from the defenders. Now, Noodles on a lonesome will be able to find out ICU. Oh, it's actually going to be DNA plays, sorry. But still, that play is taken off the board. Obey will find Pains through the... I believe it's playing down below, and there's no refrag potential coming out from Marion. They seem a little uncomfortable. And that's exactly what this roam presence is meant to do, and this setup towards Bookshelf.
The diffuser actually got dropped as well from Pain's dying, so not only does Marion not have any map control, not have any kills, they don't have the diffuser in their pockets as well, so already not getting a good thing, but Kenny even ended up just a little bit taking out Bravo as a casualty to take out Zyrox there, so Claws and Thwapper Boy, they are going to have something, only Claws as well, only having that Habana gun in their pocket, gonna shoot the door frame just a little bit, and now 50 seconds, no chance of winning the round. Marion gonna have to back up and just kind of accept defeat.
Well, no chance of a flawless round for MSC Gold. They will take the first one in a very dominating fashion. Habana only just getting inside the building. Zyrox pushing on the lonesome. I feel like that's what I'd want to address as the attacker. I don't want that player over towards 90 playing alone, because that 90 position is so controlling. If you have control of it, if you have players establishing that control, well, that rotate, it's a lot harder. On the flip side, though, when we look towards study, I want to see a much more aggressive take. I want to have a player on the window looking towards main stairs, a player looking towards study. You need to get in, you need to get Bookshelf as soon as possible and start applying that pressure towards 90, towards long. That ideally is how you do a fast and effective take of that Aviator games. And Marion, that is what I'd like to see next time. Have a couple of players over towards that statue trophy side. I would like to see a little bit more foresight going into this attack. Regardless, though, we are going back to Aviator. We are going to the trophy statue site, but we're not. We're going up there in terms of verticality only. Kitchen dining is where we're going to be playing, and I feel like this might be a little bit of a curveball for the side of Marion.
And something from Marion University is what kind of threw me for a loop was when Pains got dropped and the diffuser dropped as well, and that kill or death alone signified that Marion just do not seem as coordinated as Murray State, especially with something so precious as the diffuser. If the diffuser goes down on the floor as the defense, that might change your entire game plan, because now you will win the round if the attackers do not obtain that diffuser, and it is lying straight in front of you. So that is an extremely important item that Marion just kind of didn't treat it well enough. Now, Payne's going onto the ace. Usually, the hard breach is going to be able to stay back, help with the team. So we shouldn't see something like that happen. But I think it's more of a trend than anything else.
Yeah, I get that. What we are seeing, though, is this taken out from Marion. They have the sledge on the board. They have the player over towards that statue trophy. The problem is these roamers. It's a problem we've seen time and time again for the side of Marion, with Bravo playing over towards trophy side. We saw it coming out from Noodles down below on that last round alongside Obey. This is the big problem for me. I want to see these roamers dealt with, and the Nomad at the moment hasn't had the impact that I expect, if that makes sense, Light.
Yeah, just droning it out here. That is still Nomad's job, is droning as well. Usually that's reserved for kind of like a flex or a support player, is the Nomad. And now the drone is going to reveal Noodle's position, who's immediately going to back off and go to the other side of basement to get away from guns as soon as possible. But there are still roamers that Marion needs to deal with. And DNA Place is going to realize, or not realize, that Bravo is right around the corner, and that's going to be a free kill for Jaeger, who's still on the second floor, and nobody on Marion University is going to be there to get the refrag.
Yeah, now it looks like as Icy is able to get a different refrag, we'll be taking away Noodles and Lucy off the board. The problem is that verticality is still going to be inside of MSU, and in doing so, they can still control a lot of power positions on this site. Additionally, it means that you can get some of these roamers upstairs, but that's just as you know it's going to be clear. Bravo can control this long corridor and try to take this gunfight, but with a minute left, I want to see Marion University pick up the pace. They're starting to push now. Bravo will be able to find one down, but Claus is there for the refrag. The revive will come through, meaning that we do have a player advantage. But like, there's one thing I've always said, that's the sixth offender is time. And look at that time. 40 seconds ticking down on the clock here.
Something that's Marion has no real control when it comes to the site. They don't have any vertical presence. That sledge is going to be off the board. They don't have any breaching charges, any soft destruction. Only thing they can get through is these hard walls, which a mute has not been dealt with. His DNA plays is going to equal it up. Drop the diffuser as well. Both ICE and Thrapper Boy going to go down to dangerous levels of HP. And now there's 10 seconds left. You're going to have to do something here. And whatever your decision is, it's not going to be a good one. As Marion, unfortunately, they are going to lose the second round. And it's going to be MSU still being very, very strong, not on their map pack.
Yeah, that is the case. That wasn't looking too hot for the side of Marion. MSU Gold, though. I love the crossfires that were set up. I love the multiple lines of sight that we saw. The Roamers played a beautiful game. The fact that we saw Bravo staying alive for so long was huge. I mean, you lost Noodle, but you already had a kill, and the amount of time that was wasted. In my opinion, I look at that round and I simply say, Marion, I wouldn't worry about going from study for a dining kitchen take. I'd say get a master, get that vertical done as quickly as possible, tighten up this droning. If you're not sure drone it again, it will sacrifice some of that time, but you might keep a player alive, because that opening gunfight, it's one that MSU have been coming up victorious every time, isn't it?
It's something that, you know, a lack of droning actually will lend you, is losing that opening kill, which is a very, very big thing in the round, because it not only can set the tempo, it sets who's going to have the momentum for the rest of the round. If somebody's not there to immediately refrag or in a very, very close time proximity, then you're just going to have an inherent disadvantage if you lose that opening gunfight. And that is something that Marion just kind of, they've had to deal with all game. They have had times where they have won those opening gunfights, and those rounds, they have been in their favor a lot more, and they've been a lot more exciting rounds in general. So it's something that really should be important, and not, you know, just walking around sledging a wall and immediately getting taken out by Bravo.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is what we saw in that round. Well, this is an opportunity to change things. The writing is not on the wall, and if it is, it's in, you know, pencil, if even that.
Very transparent writing material.
It's been written in water at this point. But right now, we are going to see Zyrox pushing in, not ready for that very strong aggression, as DNA players will find that opening pick. His support is Bravo, so that if DNA does go down, he's been droned. They're aware of this player's position. But Bravo's there to help. This is when we'll see what Marion's really made of. If they can deal with DNA and Bravo without losing another player, well, a really good opportunity is on the board. For this, though, they need that player on study window. They're not going to get inside that study without that player on the window. At least on the side of Master Bedroom, they are having a little bit more success. The Candela will go through towards that bedroom, trying to bounce it onto the study door, which actually goes very, very well. It pushed through, the C4 goes off, it doesn't find its mark. And suddenly, the side of Marion, they're starting to move in. They don't know that two players are away from sight. But if they did, they might get a little bit more aggressive. I see, though. Not aware this shotgun actually catches it at the right time. Finds Noodle in the worst possible second. And that's going to be even up to a 4 versus 4. The frag grenade goes through, looking to catch out DNA plays. But it's a Wamai. So he has a little bit more cover. Regardless, so Icy pushing into sight is able to find Benevaketti, will look towards landing, can take the kill onto this player of Obey, but it's not going to happen. Klaus being felled by the Doc, who looks for his second kill. A minute 20 left on the clock. Marion looking good. This is the time for Thwapperboy to start pushing through. A plank could go down, but they're not ready for it. They're gonna start it regardless. Icy finding a third. Looks for a fourth. Can't make it happen. As Thwapperboy comes to help, the plank will be secured. The first one in this series. Light and Pains and Thwapperboy getting the stims, getting the support. Now they just need to hold Astro and Master. If they're able to do that, the writing might just be on the wall. Pains finding a kill at the Bravo. DNA. 7 kills, 0 deaths. One of those things is going to change here, Light. As that first frag grenade goes through, DNA will push forward, unable to find a kill. Marion, they take the statue trophy attack.
And that was an earned round as well. You're able to punish the mistakes of Murray State while also setting yourself up for success. There was a drone in statuary, in trophy as well, that was able to spot out the dock, who was not aware of the position, and that lent itself a kill on over to Marion, who was then able to establish more control over both of the sites and secure yourself a very, very good post plant. And now Marion, this is how you can win these rounds. This match is not over. As we just saw, Marion can fight back, and that's what we all want to see. We want to see these very, very close-knit 2v2 post-plan situations that can absolutely happen, and as we just saw, Marion can be the victor of.
Yeah, that would be absolutely amazing for me. I mean, that round very well played out by Marion. They were able to capitalize upon a problem. They might have had good timing for the side of that bathroom when they took the gunfight over towards, I believe it was Benaberketti. They had a really good timing on their side, but they took control of it. They kept moving. They didn't say, right, we've got to pick, let's stall out. They said, we've got to pick, let's keep moving. Yes, rotate over towards the Master. It takes a little bit of time, but they were able to go from a different side than maybe MSU were expecting. Because a lot of teams that are typically at a higher level will get that first kill and just flood through to get control of Astro. Instead, Marion, they took it a little bit. They took the path less traveled. They went over to Master's trophy, took control of the fact that there was that little bit of disorientation, got the kill, then they took Astro. That's when they were able to get the post plant down. I feel like that was a really good round from Marion compared to what we've seen on Coastline. I want to see more of it. We know it's possible. They proved it now. Now is where they really show that they can string together a couple of rounds.
But now a very, very dangerous site. Second one, and it's going to be DNA Plays hanging out by main stairs, able to take out Zyrox. Not even 30 seconds had gone by, and immediately Marion has one off the board. It's just losing that opening duel once again. And now there isn't going to be anybody really to do some soft destruction. You've only got Ace and some frag grenades, some breaching charges in your pocket, and those are really not the ideal situation that you want to have, as Payne's going to have a little bit of a duel by this front entrance as the Finka is going to boost once again, but it's still, as DNA Plays on that main stairs, able to take out ICE, and there's nobody who can really root them from their position. The frag grenade is not going to do the job. There's so many Wamai magnets. Throw another one. It's not going to matter because there is still going to be a Wamai magnet, Jaeger ADS. It's not the ideal situation for Marion.
Yeah, I'm really not liking this because that diffuser is on its own. This is something we saw last time, something I wasn't happy with. We're seeing players moving on their own without any refrag, without any support. And right now, Pains with the diffuser. If Pains loses this gunfight with Obey, this is the round over. Quite simply, Pains will push through and finds the kill, though. Keeps my dreams alive, certainly. But that diffuser is now downstairs. It's going to be needed upstairs. So, Pains, you have one of two choices. You commit to this vertical play, get the utility off, get these walls open, get the Jaeger ADSs away, or you sacrifice that verticality, everything you just fought for, go back upstairs. What is the play here? I say go back upstairs. Work together. A minute left. That diffuser is needed. Now, Pains is over towards that Astro side. But there's a problem with that light, isn't it? How long is it going to take you to get back to site?
And the final, one more Finka boost in the pocket of Thwapperboy's. Pains is going to be on this landing side. They're going to do some damage to Bravo. It's not going to be enough to down them, but it is going to be enough to push them back into vault, as DNA Plays might be rooted from their position as well. Marion seeming to get a little bit of control, but there's still one that they really need to worry about. Nudes might be on that little bit of a flank, and they are going to be able to take out Thwapperboy. And are they going to be able to take out Pains? All they need is a little bit of movement to the right, and that might might be what they get on the red stairs. It is going to be Icy. It's going to be Pains who's going to win that duel out, but it is still a 3v1 with 10 seconds left. No diffuser in the hand, and it's still Marion. No matter how many kills they were able to get in that round, they're still not going to be able to get the round win.
You can't kill the clock, simply put. Ultimately, a really good effort to bring it back. I really like the work that Pains put in. It did go over towards Astro. It did take some time to get around, but you called for Appleboy, you called for support, and that was brought out. You still had that study element in the side of Claws. Ultimately, that wasn't that bad. That was a pretty good. That was a pretty good theoretical take. Just unfortunately, it didn't really work out because we lost these opening gunfights. We saw Zyrox being taken off immediately, followed by, I believe it was Icy quite shortly after. They didn't have the numbers, so they took a little bit of time because they weren't comfortable, I feel. Now, though, back to Dining Room Kitchen, this is going to happen. You can't go for that study side take. It'll just take too long unless you rush it, skip some steps. I don't think that's the name of the game for Miriam. I don't think they're a team that can afford to skip the steps at the moment.
Going down over to Kitchen, some operator changes on this attacking side. The Yana, I love Yana, and I think she's a very good operator. We're seeing her a lot currently in SI because she's got those frag grenades. She has a very, very important gadget, being that Gemini clone. It is very, very important because it's essentially a free drone, and we haven't seen too much important droning from the side of Marion, but I do like that they are bringing out the Yana. That might signify that they do want a little bit of that intel game, and intel knowledge is power, and I think that is the most important thing when it comes down to this. Is Zyrox kind of pleading for mercy with the drone, but not given to them, as MSU Gold has put the thumbs down for the drone.
Fun little fact here, Lights. These two teams are actually right next to each other in the seedings. Yeah, Marion University is 22, whereas MSU Gold is 23, both in the Challenge Division. And
bomb located by attack.
I feel, unfortunately, that it might not be as accurate as we want it to be. Obviously, this is most likely based on last season and the actual ranks of these players. But at the moment, these two teams are close. It doesn't seem like that right now. But MU Pains is going to just walk up pantry. Able to find one kill. They ignored study side and just walked up. But yet again, a common fall through for the side of Marion. And it's a yellow little box.
I mean, that's 2 times now that we've seen that someone on Marion is just able to walk up and take out a member of Murray Stage kind of for free. And now you are going to be able to get that refrag, so we are going to be at a 4v4, but that still, it signifies something of a bigger problem overall. You are going to have ICE, who's going to slink up these stairs, try to grab the diffuser, maybe get a kill in the process if someone from Murray State is not careful. And this could either signify a huge success for Marion, or they could just be digging themselves an even bigger grave, as Icy is going to find the Aruni, but Ben Ricchetty is going to do a great shot with the DMR, able to take out Icy. Nobody is going to be able to get that diffuser, and now you are going to be down 1 person, as Bravo is going to be able to clean up onto Zyrox.
Yeah, and with that kill, well, it's just going to make life even harder for the attacking side of Marion right now. The utility will go through that laundry position. Claws ready for this push. Swapperboy has to take control of Pantry, but they're split apart. And as Ben Ricchetty finds 1 kill, will find the final one. And MSU Gold pick up another round to keep on moving forward.
Don't get me wrong, I think Swapperboy is using controller. I don't know if that's like
really
for overall. For what it seemed like, the movement is like very linear. If you've ever noticed like the difference between mouse and controller, like it's very, mouse you're able to do a lot more pinpoint, but with controller it's very. That's how do we explain it? With the thumbstick, it's linear.
It's smooth. You don't. It is very smooth. You don't lose mouse mat, at least. I'll give you that, but I don't know. I feel like strong claim there, like.
I didn't say it was a bad thing. It was just something that, from what I seemed, I personally
still a strong claim.
If you have ever played Siege on a controller, Creedy, it is really hard.
Look, the less we say about my Siege ability, the better. There's a reason I cast in playing right now, and it's not because of the time zone. Basically, what we are going to be looking towards, though, is Statue Trophy. This is the one site that we've seen Marion University successfully attack. And actually, like, on Villa, a 4-2 split isn't that bad. The question is, are they able to bring this back? Now, big problem for the side of Marion is that there is going to be this new gem on the board. They can reinforce up that bathroom if they want. The bathroom being open, I feel, gave Marion a lot of confidence. And I really like that confidence that they did have once they started getting in. But now there's a new jammer on the wall. They won't have those same lines of sight, and as such will probably not be as confident pushing forward. They have to get inside that master if they want to move into bathroom.
Yeah, I think the important thing is that Noodles needs to make sure that they time their ability correctly, not flicking their wrist up immediately when Marion is walking up and getting ready to initiate the fight. So that is going to be the most important thing here.
I do want to mention, though, for the side of Marion, we've seen some good moments. We've seen some really good performances individually, but I feel like it's just a case of practicing and scrimming and just playing together to really kind of start stringing these along, getting them more consistent and working as a team a little bit more. I've noticed that normally you see a lot of players that have a lot of potential, but they're just not refined. They have a lot of talent. They have a lot of raw talent, but they have to polish it to become a diamond. I feel like Marion, they're in that kind of position right now. They're going up against something of a somewhat formed diamond at the moment. Well, Zyrox's aim is a little bit close to a diamond. We'll be able to take away DNA plays. Shuts down that 11 and 2 player. It was a Bay last map, but this map is firmly in the hands of the Doc now. Good use of the drone edge. They're playing down below, but they've got the hard bridge down below to get that mute channel light.
And they're going to be able to get rid of that, but Pains needs to make sure that they are going to be able to open up the site. There are no other hard breachers in play, so, you know, Pains is going to be very, very important as Icy's going to start to use those Candelas, but Noodles has that Warden glasses. They're going to be able to activate it and immediately clear that, so, you know, a very counter play type thing. It's just, once again, glasses have been activated, and it's not even going to matter, though, as we're going to see a whole flurry of refrags go through, and Marion are actually going to be on the better side of it. It's only Benaraketti and Bravo left to defend the site and stop this kind of 4-2 split, and there we go. We are going to see an immediate 2-2 score line here with man count. But Bravo and Benaraketti need to play this very, very well, as Pains is going to open it up and give a little bit more info into the site, trying to take down that shield.
Well, yeah, you did say those 2 kills did come out, but now that's just an even footing. These attackers still have to push through. They do spot the player of Benaraketti, but they don't land the shots. Bravo has that crossfire, looks at the pixel, but reacts just a little bit too late. 37 seconds. These players are going to have to push forward, and taking control of Astro is 100% the play in my eyes. Seems like they might start to agree with me and might want to push, but it looks like they're aware of the peak. Pain's trying to land the shots, isn't going to hit it. But the information of Astro is coming through. They know that Claus is pushing through. They know he's going for the rotate. The default's still up. And as such, well, there's Benaraketti trying to take the gunfly, but nobody lands those shots. And Pains pushes in. Will trigger that Gyu mine. Will find a kill onto Legion. And as Claus gets taken down, it's a 1 versus 1. Time in the favor of the defense. The plank has to go down. But Benaraketti, is he going to get there before the plank goes? He is! Benaraketti keeps MSU in the lead. A 5-1 split and 2 rounds away from closing it all out.
There we go. That 1-to-1 and, you know, gunfight. It came down to the last couple seconds. That is some thrilling siege that we love to see. Marion, unfortunately, just like you said, you can't kill time, and that's really what bit them in the butt, forcing them to go into the site not prepared and eventually stick the plant down and lose that one out. And now Murray State only 2 rounds away from, you know, kind of hitting the hay, going home with their W in the bag. And now they just have to attack. But Marion bringing out the Caveira. I do like to see that. She was not banned on this map, and now we possibly might see why she was banned in the first map. At least that's what I'm hoping.
I can hear the smile on your face already.
No way.
Well, I want to talk about the lineup in general. I mean, we have a Caveira, we have that Capcan, we have a very similar theory alongside that Smoke, and the Goyo are stalling the attackers out, and I feel like Marion, that is the right move. Everything we've seen from MSU Gold at the moment has been fast, aggressive, dominant, confident. Bring in these operators, you slow it down, you give yourself a little bit more breathing room. Like you said, that buffer zone, that's exactly what you want to have. And I've got to be unbiased in this. I'm looking at this and I said, well, MSU, they were very, very deliberate in their site setup. And it does look like we're seeing the same from Marian University. Their setup, their utilities in pretty much the right places. They're spreading out these Kapkan traps to make sure that this fast, aggressive take struggles and stalls out a little bit. I have a problem with the mute jammers, though. Obviously, you can see that these are going to be very vulnerable to that zombie door. But ultimately, I'm a lot more happier with the site setup that we saw this time than on Coastline.
Yeah, and I think site setup is more important on Villa as well, because you are going to have teams that are going to try to execute these perfectly pinpointed strategies that they've practiced before, and you're going to need to find a way to defend against that. And if you have these good site setup, it really makes it a lot better overall in the long run. And these mute jammers are already making work dealing with, I think, 2 drones, and now possibly the Twitch drone is going to have to maybe be the victim again. They have to be very, very careful around that.
Yeah, and that's a very important part of it, is that Twitch drone utility destruction. Well, that's taken away off the board very, very quickly, but the second Twitch drone is going to get through, will be able to zap out that mute jammer, and that wall will be able to open up. Now it's going to come down to the aggression of this defensive side, but with the players on study window, that's going to be very, very difficult. I mean, Gemma will actually catch that second Twitch drone, which I find quite funny. And while we do see MSU Gold going for a statue trophy attack, Cyrox down below has a lot of potential of catching them off guard. A late round flank could cause a lot of problems, but you need to keep control of this red stairs. If you get aggressive right now, you might throw it all away and give them an opportunity. Very rightly, Cyrox is going to back up.
Xyrox are where my eyes are diverting right now. Is that Caveira, however it is played by Xyrox, can be extremely important, and they need her right now. They need Caveira to engage in the roam, as Pains has been taken down. That's a C4 off the board, and now you're finding these holes into the side as DNA plays is going to be able to take out Icy Claws down as well. Here comes Xyrox behind. They're going to be able to take out Bravo, and they're going to go for it.
Oh, Xyrox, no. They know about Ben Ricchetti over towards Vault with Obey, and Thwapperboy feeling a lot of pressure as Obey and DNA plays will close things out. The Goyo shield just not working out for the Kapkan there. Very, very unlucky. But you've got to give MSU Gold a lot of credit. They took control of that 90. They took a lot of utility off the board over towards that long area. They had the players over towards that game's door. And in applying all that pressure, they pushed into sight. They did not let up. And I feel like just getting these opening picks time and time again, it's allowing MSU to say, right, we're just going to play the fragging game.
I mean, maybe looking at last round, maybe that was like really expected thinking, but I thought for a second that Xyrox was seriously considering going for the interrogation. Like there was like
100%, but they knew about
split second that going for this would be a really good play. But yeah, I mean,
yeah, you only interrogate if you know. If you're in a position like that, you know that execute is happening. You know there's going to be somebody trying to refrag. Going for that interrogation, as cool as it would be, is suicide. Like, and we don't like that.
I guess you're right.
You can't argue with me. We want these players alive. We want these players in the lobby. Losing a player off the board is going to be very, very difficult. Now, one thing that we're going to see on this side, that we do see quite a bit in high levels of play, is this usage of the frost. Why? Well, look at all the windows on this top floor site. There are no doors, Light Rose, into the building.
And yeah, that is a very important fact, especially going back to Coastline, which doors and entrances became a severe part of how quickly MSU was really able to enter the site and just completely dominate it. They have to kind of hold back a little bit, or at least go through a couple other rooms and sites to really get this entrance on, but it can take their time. All they need is one more round, and they have won the round. Marian,
5 kills.
Still trying to get more than one.
Now, it looks like what we are seeing is Players coming down below, players going into master bedroom. Now this buck gonna have a lot more use downward stairs than what we saw from the ace. You know, you get that skeleton key down below, you can work out where these players are gonna go. Those high traffic positions like Astro Rotate, like the Astro Box, over to even towards Statue and Trophy, you can clear these defenders out. And in doing so, you can give yourself a lot more freedom. Yet again, though, we're seeing Xyrox on the Cav, which, like, offers a lot of potential for a certain little something you wanted.
The Twitch got a nice little view of that C4 throw. As one bandit charge gone down, two bandit charge gone down, and there we go. That Twitch drone is going to get taken out, but I just kind of think too little, too late, as now both walls, or two of the three, are going to be opened up with this Ace Selma charge, and that's going to allow Murray State to get more access into the site. We're now at 1:30, halfway through the round. No team has really found a way, and right as I say that, Ben Ricchetti finds Icy, Bravo finds one as well. I should not have opened my mouth, and it's just claws against the world. Try to defend against it, and it's not gonna happen. That is a caster's curse if I've ever seen one, and now we are gonna see Murray State win 7-1 on Villa.
And on Coastline as well. One thing that I did want to talk about, but didn't really get time to, thanks to the very aggressive play of Ben Ricchetti and Bravo to start that round's gunfights off, is the fact that what we saw in that last round was a perfect example of attacking. You get those walls open, the utility's gone from the Twitch drone. As soon as those walls are open, you start applying that pressure. The buck down below, as soon as you know where these players are, rips that floor to shreds, makes it very, very difficult to actually take those gunfights. You have to take one of them, and when there's only one of you left, you don't really have that support with you. Very, very well played. I feel like MSU, they have a really good understanding of how the competitive game should play. As, well, they've just taken it 14-2 in the entire series. On the side of Miriam, though, like I said, I feel like there are positives. There are flashes of brilliance that we've seen that could go further and could give them a little bit more steam in the future. I'd say just scrim, practice, play together, get that coordination. Literally anything you can do, even just strat build, go in a custom game and strat build. There's so much potential down that road for yourself as a team. I feel like we definitely haven't seen the final iteration of Miriam, and they're only going to get better throughout this season.
I mean, it is only the first week of NECC. Yeah. We've got a long way to go, and this is a very strong start for Murray State. They really made a statement, and you know they're going to start on top with a very, very good round differential, 14-2, like you said. That's 2 rounds away from essentially having a flawless match, which almost never happens. But that is going to be it for us. Not a very, very quick type of match. Unfortunately, we cannot stay longer, Creedy.
No, unfortunately, that is us done, but the games on the stream are not. Stream 1 is still going, and I'm not exactly sure the teams that are playing, but no doubt it is a very good game. The second game that will be coming up will be brought to you by, I believe it's Binks and Corbeck? Yeah, I'm going to just double check that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've worked with them before, so... Yeah, it's going to be Binks and Corbeck who will be bringing you this second game. That game is going to be St. Ambrose Esports against Hastings College Broncos. Myself, I'll be back here next week. I'm not so sure about you, Light, but hopefully
I will not be here next week, unfortunately.
No.
I am going to be gone, but...
That is a shame. Regardless, though, we are going to be leaving you for tonight. We'll be leaving you in the capable hands of Binks and Corbeck for our second best of 3 of the evening. We will be going nowhere, so we will see you shortly.
Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand
Here we go.
I'm from the street.
What you think about when you're born into a fire? Let 'em burn it out. Sell 'em to the richest buyer. They wanna let the world decay. They tell us lies and fade away, fade away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. Listen up now, because we're never dropping out. Beat the odds, beat the big house. Our brains are bigger than the doubt. We've been thinking for ourselves, never let the truth fade away. This is bigger than ourselves, we won't let the world burn away, burn away. We feel betrayed. We were raised to lose the race. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway. To blame, haters face the world's mistakes. Wake at the back of the pack, kill it anyway.
Good evening, NECC. I'm Binks, joined by Corbeck, and we have a riveting week 1 of Emergence Rainbow Six coming up right here for you. How are you doing tonight, Corbeck?
Doing great. Looking forward to what promises to be a pretty interesting game here to get some of our Rainbow Six Siege action kicked off here, I should say, Vince. It's the first couple of games of the season, so these teams kind of coming out fresh, showing us what they've got for this first sort of NECC tournament of the year. It always promises to be an exciting time.
It does. A lot of teams really wanting to showing what they got, especially for some of them, the work they've been doing over the break, and that they really should, and everyone watching should have their eyes on them waiting to see what they're going to do next. You're probably wondering, who are the teams we're going to see today? We're going to be able to see St. Ambrose Esports taking on the Hastings College Broncos. So it looks like it should be a very good matchup here in Emergence. And Corbeck, I love the background. It almost seems like a bit of foreshadowing.
Does it seem like a bit of foreshadowing, or is it just that I picked the most highly picked map in Rainbow Six Siege as my background, specifically the first floor, I should say, or the ground floor, I think some people might call it. I don't know. I heard an extensive argument today during SI about first floor, basement, and all that stuff. It was very funny about European and NA differences on maps.
I think you can go to the compass. I think if we're talking about Hereford, are you going to say Hereford 4th floor? No, you're going to say Hereford 3rd floor, Hereford basement. I think that's the exact same for, like, are you going to say, if you're pushing in Clubhouse, are you going to say first floor tunnel?
No,
What's first floor
you're
tunnel?
gonna say dirt tunnel is what I would say, but that's just me. I don't know.
Or basement tunnel.
Anyway, See, naming, it's hard, and it's an important part of the Siege lexicon. So, we got to get something nailed down here. But we can take a look at the lineup. Speaking of getting things nailed down, let's nail down our lineups. Let's take a look at those and see what the teams have on offer for us today. This is the St. Ambrose side. You got, Fleeks, Max the Great, Cherry, Ajax 4699, and then Trojan 8269. Not often you get two Trojan War references in one team lineup, but there you have it, Binks.
It looks quite interesting, and if we look, all of these players are quite well-rounded with where they are coming from. We even have a freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior, so very nice to see that students from first year all the way up to fourth year are competing on the same team, and it shows a lot of great leadership on all of their parts and just some phenomenal camaraderie. But moving over to the side of the Hastings College Broncos, man, oh man, this is looking to be good. So I do need a little bit of help with this one. I do have a pronunciation, but we have Satirnier. Hopefully I'm getting that right. I'm trying to use the pronunciation best I can. Chief Todd.
Yeah, you're close.
Accusing Disc, Killer Pink 111, and of course the unforgettable Elite Moose. And all these players, once again, a very well-rounded range of years and majors.
I really like Elite Moose is great. It's a spectacular name. He's stronger and faster and potentially more well-trained than your average Moose. So looking forward to seeing what's on offer from both of these teams. But let's take a look at our map bands, and that'll give us an idea of just if I am foreshadowing and also where we might be going. And hey, would you take a look at that, Binks? Our first map will be Clubhouse. It's a St. Ambrose pick. Map number 2 going over to Oregon, and then should a decider be needed, we will head to Chalet. So an interesting but relatively standard set of map choices right there. Interesting, though, I will add that St. Ambrose came out and banned Villa first. That's not usually something we see.
It indeed is not. You normally think that a lot of people are more comfortable playing with Villa as their number one map, or they have a lot of rotates. It seems like a very comfortable map for the NECC, but talking about quick statistics for you, we do have Bank being the 20% always banned. We have 18% on Cafe, 14% on Villa, 13% Coastline, Chalet coming in at 11%, Clubhouse on 12.7%, and Map of Oregon, which we are also seeing 8.42%. So it's safe to say that the three maps that we're seeing here today are following the norm, as they are the least banned maps here at the NECC from the previous season.
Well, we get started here then on Clubhouse, one of the most popular maps in all of Siege. If you've been watching any of the SI action, you've seen it played plenty of times already by the pros. You'll get a chance to see it played here today by some collegiate teams. I just saw it played yesterday over on DAL, so there's no avoiding it really these days. That also kind of a double-edged sword, obviously, Vince, because everybody knows it. Interesting ban, though, and changing things up just a little bit. Taking Maverick out of the equation. That's bold from Hastings, considering that Maverick is considered super essential for opening a number of hatches on this map. You're putting a lot of pressure on your Hibana player. Presumably, you'll be bringing a Hibana, Binks, to do kind of that job.
Yeah, getting rid of the electricity, it just seems like what Hastings now has to do. Maverick has so much breaching potential, and with him off the board, that puts a lot of extra power to both the Bandit as well as the Mute, depending on how you're choosing to deny these hatches and walls. But of course, no more denying hatches, because you do have the Cade gone, and he's the only operator in the game that can actually go and deny something vertically because of the area effect of his claws. But he's off the board. Mira, no surprise there, extremely powerful with those black mirrors.
Yeah, there are a number of good Mira setups on this map. She's a relatively common ban, but two operators that I think is worth highlighting here at this early stage who will kind of be interesting to see whether they get play. One of them is Valkyrie, who is making an appearance here. That's Ancient Boot, picking that one up right there. The other one that's interesting is Bandit, who Trojan is bringing, who sort of becomes the default hard breach denial operator in this situation. Why are we not going to necessarily see Mute in that position that's because with Mute's recent changes to those jammers, he uses a dome system, and a canny Thermite player, or a canny Hibana player for that matter, is able to kind of work around those positioning. Interesting enough, though, Banks, I do want to say, just tacking on the mention of Hibana, they don't have one in their lineup. So all hatch opening duties are going to be relegated to Thermite.
No secondary Hearts Breach either. I have to wonder, it does seem like it could be a little bit of a crutch to be taking these operatives, but I can't say since we don't have the information yet. Regardless, it does appear that with the use of both Finka and Blackbeard, they are going to be going for, and Osano, which was 6th pick, it does look like they will be going for more of a forefrontal approach and a very smart 6th pick to that Sledge, if I am correct, to be able to go for all that vertical play over by Church.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see a Blackbeard being brought of all things, which is an operator who honestly we hardly ever see anymore at any level of organized play. So that's an ambitious choice. It's also interesting to see the Sledge being brought along here, because realistically opening up the floor when you're relying on the Thermite might actually make your Thermite's life a little bit more difficult, at least when it comes to that kitchen hatch, which we just saw right there. Fleegs is under it at the moment. You know, we just heard Pengu talking about this. I think it was very early in the morning today on one of the SI streams about the use of Sledge for opening up the floor, and how so many players just kind of come in and go to town on every soft floor, where realistically you should be really targeting your places that you want to open holes to try and contain your opponents and not give them a good opportunity to shoot back. Interesting note right there, though, Binks, they've also left the bar hatch unsecured, so that's an easy open there for Sledge.
A lot of players would often think, oh, this is the SSG strat where they're extending, but we don't see any extension, which does make it quite curious. They have castle barricades set up below, and there could be a Valkyrie trap with the camera, but unless they're trying to coerce their opponents to play a certain way, I am quite puzzled, but it doesn't look to be spread out too much. We have 5 players, and interestingly enough, it's going to be the Sledge first to drop, taking this gunfight potentially with the Castle on the side of St. Ambrose, able to win it out as Uwu Fleegs will fall. And regardless, Quebec, this does look to be like a aggressive approach, as they do have the Sledgehammer to get right on into sight.
Yeah, it's pretty much an uncontested opening of Moto and a drop in, but a very good black eye camera here, providing them with all the intelligence they need. Saturnine needs to be a little bit careful as well. They're very low on their health, but this free Twitch drone roll in just takes out both of those bandit batteries. It is definitely not the most standard execution I've ever seen onto this point, Banks, but it might just work. They're going for the thermo exothermic charge right there on the wall. They'll check down. They need to not, you know, cover the same angle. They're likely to shoot each other, and of course they could sledge that castle barricade at any time and open up another avenue of attack. They just can't get stalled out here, Banks. That would be the worst possible thing to have happen. Oh, and Saturday moving up close there, needs to be careful, doesn't see any of the defenders who easily collect those kills, and it's just a shooting gallery here for the St. Ambrose side.
Very well played thus far. They're playing calm and collected. They know where the push is coming from. Heinz to collect his second on the round, leaving it all left up to Killer Pink. 3 Finka boosts in their pocket, or in their hand per se. They're going to have to find all of them, but an interesting little thing to note is that Heinz has the ability to shut them down quite early, as those Finka boosts do hurt that much more when they're inside of a smoke canister. He'll be eliminated though, bringing them down to a 3v1. 10 seconds to go. Time has been completely wasted. First boost will now be used with the plant, but Valkyrie to stick her head up, and it's going to be 8 chin to boot. 69 to get the kill.
Well, I have to say that's a little bit disappointing there for the attackers. I think that they had kind of everything in their favor right there. Not a lot of ground contested by St. Ambrose at all. A relatively easy entry into Moto, but they almost got caught up in their own ease of access right there. They did so well getting in that they kind of got to a point where I'm afraid that they didn't really know what to do with what they had gained in terms of territory. The other big problem in that entire push, and I think you'll probably agree with me, Binks, is it was very unidimensional. They came from one direction, they went Moto, and they tried to open up Church Wall, and that was about all they did. It might have behooved them or benefited them to put a little bit of pressure on Blue or even down Dirt Tunnel, just to take a little bit of the kind of entrenched positions of those St. Ambrose guns off of that wall coverage.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
It would. And
bombs.
we also mentioned that sledge pick early on wasn't really utilized as full as possible. Also not breaking that castle barricade. And who knows, we don't know what these teams were necessarily going for in their push. They could have tried to flood through this one area because they seemed like a vulnerable side of the site, just possibly missing one key detail on the drone. But who knows, things like that happen, and they still have many other rounds to make up for that first lost one. As I don't know how the statistics look now, Quebec. You might have to correct me, but historically, at lower levels and higher levels of play, we see a very different range, but defense always seems to be the favorite side for Clubhouse.
Oh, it 100% is a defender-sided map, and I think based on what I heard said earlier today, in the pros, pretty much every map is defender-sided these days. Even Chalet, which was the kind of one exception, has started to trend back towards being that way. So that is interesting to take note of in that sense, and especially as you go down, right, the tiers and attacking strategies become a little less complicated. Defending, I think, conversely becomes a little easier, or inversely becomes a little bit easier. Saturday here with Osa, who's the newest addition, kind of one of the newest additions, I guess I should say. Thorn would be the newest, but is not in this tournament. So the newest addition to the operator lineup coming in right there. And unfortunately, a little bit of a hiccup in the feed. I can't necessarily see what's going on, but it looks like Hines is getting challenged up there on rafters and having a relatively rough time of it. Somehow manages to survive though, Binks, and will hold on to that critical position for a while longer.
That's the beautiful thing about the Kona stations. Hines is now able to rotate back and completely heal. And look at this, Osa just slowly making their advance. They have every single possibility. And this just seems absolutely broken. And if St. Ambrose doesn't do something about this push soon, it could be absolute disaster. But Hines biding his time. He'll be able to swing out and get a nice quick little kill. And that's Osa, the newest operator to the lineup, off the board, leaving up to the 4 remaining players on the side of Hastings.
It's an interesting attack pattern there from Osa. Kind of reminded me of what we used to see, or what we sometimes see Montaignes do, coming in through garage like that. Similar concept, unfortunately not as much protection offered by that Osa sort of window shield as you would get for a Montaigne. Worth pointing out that Hines actually has 4 magnet systems stashed right now, so he might want to divest himself of a couple of those before, well, the inevitable happens, and unfortunately he won't. Accusing Disc picking up the kill there, but a great trade by Fleegs. Ancient Boot, who's just been hiding around the bathroom right there, picks up another one, easy as you please. And that, it does look like, has maybe cut the legs out from underneath these attackers, leaving it all on the hands of Chief Todd and Elite Moose. Rafters at least has been secured, so they can push in, but Elite Moose looking kind of lonesome there, waiting for the Thermite to move back over to the CCTV window and help him out. And, well, choices are going to have to be made.
I do like that they have not gone for a very single-sided push. As I say that, I believe Chief Todd might be rotating around to join his comrade of Blackbeard, but it is late in the round, and that is a lot more acceptable. Don't go for a red ping! What are you doing? No! Never go for the red ping, as it will always alert your opponents unless that's something you're trying to go for. But now here, Ancient Boots covered by his teammates. He wasn't able to get that denial, and the defuse will now be successful. 45 seconds, immediate kill. Fleegs is going to be able to take out Chief Todd. Elite Moose stuck with Blackbeard's rifle shield is going to try to hold these things at very little HP, especially after the Blackbeard nerf. He'll have to swing around and try to use these angles to the best of his advantage. All that will stop is that one bullet, and that may be all he needs to stop. It saved his life there, but it won't save it again, as he'll be down by Fleegs with a triple kill on the round. Ajax to get the defuse.
It's an unfortunate matter, I think, of numbers right there. I mean, you're in the 4v1 situation. It was good of them to be able to get the plant down, so credit to them for that. But unfortunately, what you really wanted was that Blackbeard kind of rappelling probably off of the little balcony area there, as it were. And Blackbeard just could not get into that position, and also reasonably cover the plant. Did a good job of destroying the yokai, which allowed them to get it down, but that was about the extent of what they were really able to do with the resources that they had available. Now imagine if they had even one more teammate alive there, maybe in a rafters position, and I think that goes a lot smoother and is potentially a Hastings win. But that's 2 defensive W's there chalked up on the board so far.
Those are 2 very comfortable sites, although Gym Bedroom has been slowly creeping its way to one of the top picked defender sites. slowly but
It
surely,
has.
where teams has really started to become more comfortable, and that's interesting. I'm very interested to see how St. Ambrose will do this, as it has been chosen their third tertiary site. But Corbett, let's actually indulge this idea of bedroom for a second, and how exactly it's changed to be more essential and more, I guess, in the meta for Clubhouse.
Yeah, well, it's had a kind of a inverse relationship with CCTV cache, which has become increasingly. It's not that it's less popular, because it's still, you know, a strong site. Most teams aren't willing to play bar, but the big difference is that CCTV cache has increasingly become more and more difficult to defend, because it's just so much. It's played so much. Teams know how to pick it apart. Pretty much any defense that you set up on there, your opponents are going to know what they need to do at most levels of play. Whereas Gym Bedroom still has, I think, a lot of unexplored territory to it. There's still some more growth here, despite this being one of the most played, you know, maps in the game, which is why you see it become more popular. It's just it's a little less predictable pick, and also it offers a lot of expansion off the point if that's what they choose to do. St. Ambrose not really embracing that necessarily, but some teams will go all the way out to CCTV and cache to just set that up as a defense before kind of falling back line by line to this Gym Bedroom site.
I think one of my favorite plays that I saw at SI 2021 was when there was a Gym Bedroom and they actually brought a buck from down below, and they were able to clear out the site from almost enabling no push whatsoever. I think that's a very interesting concept to also consider here as we try to work through the gray mess and static that is Clubhouse. Oh, we lost the color.
Oh no, we've even lost the gray. No, it's okay. We're back. It's gonna happen. Technical difficulties, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. No studio. You imagine, maybe one day that would be the dream, wouldn't it, Vince, to have a full studio set up for this? But we're forced to use what we have to use here, so we are at the mercy of the internet. They did not bring a sledge along for this, which is unfortunate, because they could really use one right now. They also do have some flat pack charges, one of which Elite Moose is going to use, I believe, right there, to go ahead and get them in past the first castle barricade. I appreciate the use, though, of this OSA for this sort of scouting position. The OSA gadget there going down on the wall, but they'll lose it almost immediately, taken out by, I believe, a Nitro Cell that was slung their way. And a good kill early on there from Trojan will shut down OSA completely. That just leaves a 5v4 situation, and not a lot of penetration here on the side of the attackers. They really aren't feeling like they're much of a threat to the defenders right now.
Yeah, I'm quite interested by this push. Early smoke canister from Heinz. I'm hoping he doesn't go and deploy another one too early, as that will really hurt him for the denial later on in the round. But regardless, he's doing what he thinks is best. A very smart choice. Ancient Boot 69 is going to be able to do a phenomenal job assisting with that yokai drone. That's now 2 kills on the side of St. Ambrose. Assisted by that, Elise moves down. And now just a cruising disc. They're completely stuck on the central stairs. They have nowhere to go. 5 players to find. Proximity mine will give them away. They caught the info, but look at that. That's called a cross angle, meaning you can't peek both of them at the same time. Pushing up, you're going to make yourself vulnerable. Get off the shift key, as it will completely nullify your ability to shoot back, and that's going to be a flawless round for St. Ambrose.
Was it rough round? It was another rough round for the Broncos right there, and I'll be honest with you, Banks, it's not looking particularly promising for them. All I will say is that there are probably very good lessons to be learned here from the Hastings side about things that they could just do a little bit better. One of the key aspects I think that they're struggling with in their gameplay is the unilateral nature of their pushes, and then when they try and expand it out to the multi-directional push, it's just not been very effective for them. I mean, the multi-directional push they tried right there was accusing disc kind of coming up the back stairs, and theoretically it's not necessarily a terrible idea to have a player maybe look up those stairs a little bit, but really what we saw at the top of the stairs is a good example of what the problem is with that push. What do you really threaten, when you get a twitch to the top of those stairs? There's no good, real great angle right there. You maybe control to rotate down the hallway, but let's be honest, that's not the most critical difficult area to control in that entire map. And what really should have been the objective was somehow trying to get the wall open by Jacuzzi. But I'll be honest with you, Binks, I think they're really struggling with the lack of the Maverick ban, or with the lack of the Maverick. I know they banned it themselves, but just situation after situation here with their attacks, I feel like a Maverick would help them so much.
It definitely would, but now that we've moved on to Church and Arsenal, I do believe we could go a little bit of an overlook of, hey, if we are the attacking team, how would we go about this? And this is one of my favorite things to do, to be able to look at a setup and understand it, especially since we have a third-person perspective. But you really want to work in reverse. Let's say we want to go for a Church plan like they went for last time. What I would want to do is create it so I can clear out the negative angle. So that means that I would still be taking an operator, taking them into kitchen, breaking that open to force rotates into angles that are already being watched. You could have a player set up at the bottom of red stairs. If I'm going to set up on red stairs, that means, hey, I need to clear all above these second floors. So that comes to a quick and efficient drone game. Luckily, there isn't too much extensions or possibly any roam on the side of St. Ambrose. So that gives a lot of freedom to Hastings Broncos to be able to rotate right around, get into this position exactly as we're seeing Saturni to set up on these blue or secret stairs, depending on what you want to call them. And now it's just about putting the right amount of pressure on. You rotate and you make that site yours from putting pressure on the defense the way you want to see it.
Yeah, Saturne is doing a good job here pushing up with the OSA. This has been a trend that we've seen across a lot of the rounds. And the problem is, though, even when OSA does get penetration onto the side or to a threatening position, it usually doesn't last very long. And I honestly would drop, I think it's probably time that they consider dropping the Blackbeard. I just don't know what Blackbeard is necessarily providing to the squad right now. And no, not to, discredit Elite Moose, but just not getting the frags. If you're bringing on an operator like that, they're a fragger. Speaking of which, Saturne, they're just getting absolutely hammered. Elite Moose in a very dangerous position as well, trying to push that exact same spot. And it is watched, Binks. So, unfortunately, I don't know how much truck you can really get there.
Thermite charge also being used on this kitchen hatch. This is pain. You got to be using your utility in a way that you're able to open things up better. If you're going to go for the thermite charge, you can set it up in a way that opens up the floor. But shots from Uwu Fleegs is going to not be successful. And a melee on the castle barricade won't be successful. Trojan to eliminate Elite Moose. Castle barricade finally to fall as this push seems to be forced but slowly underway. First Vinca boost will also be deployed. Now all the defenders on St. Ambrose have to worry about the multiple angles that have been opened up while still being able to cover each other's behind.
Yeah, a part of the issue here, I think, as well, and something that I would change. I mean, let's be honest, I'm pretty sure this round is over for all intents and purposes, unless Accusing Disc performs amazingly here. And I appreciate that Killer Pink 111 is coming at this from a bit of a different angle, but you've got 20 seconds left on the clock. I don't think they even have control over the case, so really you're playing for points here, if nothing else, and it is what it is. But something I think I would change right here just immediately in this lineup, especially attacking Church Arsenal, is I would drop Blackbeard. I would bring in Sledge almost immediately. I think that's just the no-brainer choice for this attack. And I would maybe consider a changeover to something like a Ying, which we've seen become increasingly popular, especially on that basement site. Maybe not here going into CCTV cache, but a lineup that looks a little bit more like this that they're running right now, Vince, would have been really good last round. I don't know that it's going to be as effective this round, however.
They will be able to buck down below to be able to get those bandit batteries off the wall, but that can also be done with a quick and well-timed nade on the window. Had they been taking the castle, you could also, an interesting concept is that when you deploy a Ying on a wall, it's like a fuse charge that every single one will get caught, and it's actually something that a lot of people don't know. It's a phenomenal way to burn any sort of ADS util. If they have a bunch stacked in a room, get a Ying charge to detonate with the flashes actually being in the line of sight of that ADS or Wamai disc, and goodbye to every single one of those, because each of those little flashes will be caught.
Gonna burn ADSs somehow. Interestingly enough, though, it's worth pointing out, Binks, we've not seen any Jaeger here from the defensive side. The defensive side, in general, has felt relatively relatively at peace.
10 seconds left.
Very zen. I think they're just kind of sleepwalking this one through, and you can't necessarily blame them. Unfortunately, the Broncos have been stampeding right into the defenses of St. Ambrose over and over again. It's a fine, I guess, defensive operator lineup. Certainly not what I would consider meta. What with the addition of the Echo and the Legion getting in there, even the Thunderbird, and bit of a strange choice, all things considered. But hey, it's working. So if it ain't broke, as they say,
Don't fix it. Now going back into, I know what you're saying, Cormac. We can finish each other's lines. I can accept that challenge. I may not be too good. You'd probably be better at it. But regardless, what goes around?
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed my cue. Was that comes around?
Yes, it was.
The wheel of karma rolls again.
I guess it didn't come around.
It didn't come around. My bad.
Oh man, we're trying. 2 minutes and 8 seconds, slowly popping away. But Heinz still able to hold this garage, and I haven't seen too much control actually be established on the side of Hastings. It looks like St. Ambrose are able to play a quick game of cards, and they're all set. They're having a good time. Sledge able to drone out the Echo. Now, I really like this. This is a big improvement, because last time we saw the Echo of Ancient Boot actually not get droned out, and it was a very free kill for the defenders. Now this time around, we're seeing that improvement, and that is exactly what I like to see.
Yeah, that is the kind of improvement that we must have here. And I mean, entry frags alone have been a huge problem here for Hastings, and you're seeing it illustrated again. Saturday getting taken down very early, and Saturday is unfortunately like always the point player, which is good, but rarely have they been able to translate that point position into sort of successful kills. And I mean, they've gotten into the basement of rafters, which is usually one of the objectives that you want to do here on a CCTV push, but they don't have a lot of time left in the banks, and they don't have anyone who can really truly unseat the defender who's located up there right now. I guess you could Ying flash it and try and rush the stairs, but it is not an easy thing to do.
It isn't, and I'm baffled at what options there are here, but we're gonna see them attempt it nevertheless. Ying Candela charges will be detonated. Listening out, it sounds like the Ying will fall based on sound. I'm gonna say Bandit was able to get 2 kills there. Trojan very big. Oh, okay, never mind. I was wrong.
Okay, it's an inexact science. Yeah, echolocation, basically, a form of echolocation. Now pushing up is Ajax, who can just hold on to this door. The plant coming in from Chief Todd, though, we've seen this particular bit of tape before. Unfortunately, we can't necessarily tell you what's happening again, and we do apologize for these technical difficulties that we're having. Early days yet here in NECC season, by the way. Things will probably get cleaned up a little bit. Good angle there from Elite Moose, if he can just confirm his shots. They did manage to put Ajax down as well, so full coverage of the diffuser. You hear the sound of gunfire out there, and it's just it's hard to say what's going on here, Banks, but Elite Moose has teleported to another spot on the map to continue to cover the defuse, and I think you might be seeing a Hastings round win just given these positions.
Yeah, 17 seconds. It doesn't look like they'll be able to make it. I do think that Elite Moose was taken out there from a swing, but there's Trojan. He'll be able to find 2, all left up to Killer Point, but there's no time for the defuse. Well done to Hastings, and they will be able to get it. I don't know if we're going to a technical pause to fix this really quickly, but hey, Quebec, they got the round.
They did. Close affair, though, all things considered, and they still somehow all died. Despite having, I would argue, pretty strong positioning to cover that particular diffuser, they all went the way of the dodo, but hey, W is a W, no matter how you get it. It's a Pyrrhic victory, to be sure, but a victory nonetheless, so there you go.
I just want to take a second, make sure everyone noticed, because my camera doesn't show it enough. Got the 6th Invitational 2021 merch on today. Don't know.
Nice.
I know. You got to rep. You guys got to rep, especially if you go into the 6th Invitational.
It's that time.
It's that time.
Cool invitational time. It's exciting. It's one of the most exciting Siege time periods. So.
Exactly. But regardless, we're seeing a pretty solid match so far from St. Ambrose. They're doing a good job extending at time. The big thing about Basement, though, is that we haven't seen them extend, which is what a lot of teams do. And that's where I'm a little bit curious, because we both mentioned how they weren't getting that church hatch. if they're leaving that church hat soft and they have been able to hold it quite proficiently, like they're expecting for it to be opened up. But I have to wonder, is the lack of extension and that church hatch being open more of a vulnerability than something helping them out?
It's a good point that you bring up, and I think actually, funny enough, given everything that's been going on, this more tight defense that they've been running has actually been quite beneficial for them. Just because and again, we're not knocking the skill levels of these teams because Lord knows, having played in organized play environments for plenty of esports at various levels of skill, it's a very challenging thing. But it does require a little bit less coordination, right? If you just kind of you have your defensive setup, you know where things need to go, and then you know where you position yourself. When you start entering into an extensive roam game, the SSG roam, so many things become complicated. Individual callouts have to be on point to know where your opponents are. You have to be able to fall back to the point at a reasonable amount of time in order to actually stage a defense. And the person who gets left on point, whoever that may be, your actual anchor player, just has to be heads up, right? To stop something like a tunnel rush or a blue rush or whatever it is. They have to be on point. So it's much simpler to keep all the chickens in the roost and just wait for your opponents to come to them. And so far that seems to be working. I will say though, they could secure the moto hatch. It wouldn't have done them any harm, right? To just add that extra layer of a nuisance to these guys, but they really seem hesitant about sending anyone out into the big wide world. So that's
Yeah,
what that
it's
is.
always the scary part, but we have the time. We can actually go into what a simple roam would be. You could either look at the solo Call of Duty roam, as I like to call it, as you're basically playing on your own with your own senses. You can even call it the Call of Duty campaign roam, where you're going, you are the main character. You are pushing around, although this time there's no respawn. It's like if you're playing on hardcore. You get killed, then the entire mission's over. You're gonna have to help your team out on the cameras. But on a solo roam, you're able to go run around, do whatever, stall out the time, take advantage of a weak opponent drone game if they're not able to drone you out as proficiently as you think. A vigil is very good on Clubhouse for that reason, as you can try to display where you are, or even going to strip club and coming in late if you have mute jammers on site. That's especially what the SSG roam focuses on, but they still have those core and key concepts of being able to get back. That's always an important thing. Get back to support your team rather than just playing that random wild card. And then we can move up to the duo roam, where I always like to say, if you're going to be roaming in a duo, you make sure you know what your duo sounds like in your ear. You guys are consistently talking and communicating to everyone on site, because you guys have the sound from a different location on the map, meaning that you guys are able to really show what's going on, show them what's different, and show them how they can use that information to their advantage. But most importantly, you roam with someone 3 seconds apart from you. You're able to rotate to them. If they're in a gunfight, hey, I'm rotating. If you know that they're coming from a certain area, you're holding up inside a construction, someone's in logistics, open up a hole. You have an impact, open up that hole. Oh no, what's that? The attackers have to deal with 2 angles at once now. Oh wait, what's that? You have your advantage. There you go. Or you lose someone, you get that refrag. And that's just a simple beginner's guide to roaming.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it works, right? I mean, at this level, they could use a lot of characters for those roams. Like, really, it wouldn't matter if it was. I mean, Vigil obviously a very solid choice. I'd honestly could see a Mozzie. You could use an Ella if you really wanted to. Heck, you could probably even use somebody like a Capkin if you really wanted to at kind of this level of play. But yeah, the hesitancy to roam on the side of the defenders is something that I think would be a bit more problematic against an opponent who was maybe a little bit more coordinated. But the Broncos have kind of been happy to feed themselves into the meat grinder that's being set up for them, unfortunately. And that has really spoken to the advantage of St. Ambrose here. I mean, we talked a little bit during the match until we had to take this, technical timeout, what the issues were that St. Ambrose would, or that the Broncos were experiencing. And it's just, it comes down to just kind of almost operator lineup. You're not maximizing your potential. And I'm a guy who loves off meta. Like I'm not a meta slave by any sense of the word. I really like the idea of getting involved in off meta picks, but just the Blackbeard value, not there. You need a sledge. He would do wonders for you. Even an Ash at this point in time would do wonders for you. There's no Sophia. Zoe would be a very powerful operator for this team, and I think they're missing some of those key pieces in the way they're setting up these attacks, and they're being suitably kind of punished for it.
Yeah, I think they're really taking advantage. I want to talk about the Blackbeard pick, because you mentioned it earlier on. I loved Blackbeard when he was really good. I think he brought a lot of power to the board. You could really use him in a position, but to take both Blackbeard,
annoying, but...
oh, he was awful to play against. I didn't like
So
take it.
awful.
I was horrible playing as the Blackbeard, and I went
Hated
against
it.
one. I'm like, I prefer to see a Montang on the other side of the window. But speaking of other side of the window, we already have another operator who's now in the game that can do almost the same thing. Osa, who's almost a direct counterpart. Maybe you can pair the two together, and that's the push you go for. But having them push separate just doesn't seem like the smartest idea. And there aren't too many window repels that we see effectively be a pivotal part of any of these teams' pushes. So, especially on Clubhouse, where you have the 3 bedroom windows and construction window counteracted by the CC window, or vice versa, where you have the construction window watching the CC window, you have all these different cross angles, and that repel doesn't really work with the Osa Blackbeard or Blackbeard peeking. And even when we was on the CC wall ledge, there was no really advantage to playing it in the way that you're going to be taking a shot before you shoot. Because when you take that shot, you're going to be leaning to get away from it rather than going into it, because once again, Blackbeard can't absorb more than one shot from any gun.
Yeah, that since the change, right, that was one of the biggest things, is that it just has so little health that it really renders it almost useless in everything but stopping, like you said, that one bullet, which realistically in a game with automatic weapons is not particularly useful. But it looks like we are back in the match. Hopefully feed issues will have been taken care of just a little bit, but if they're not, we assure you in between maps they will be fixed here. Again, still a little bit of training wheels on it. The NECC for this season, in the early days yet. We'll undoubtedly learn from this experience and move forward. But here we are on the attack again for the Broncos, and they have made some more interesting operator choices here. Kali making an appearance on this gym bedroom site. Dokumi coming in. Saturne taking a dope.
I love it. I love
action,
this.
and still Blackbeard.
But there's no Valkyrie. Oh man, that would have been perfect for the basement site with the Valkyrie. I would have really liked that read. But regardless, they will be able to get the cameras of Ancient Boot, which have been quite a thorn in the side of Hastings, as if we look back quite recently in our memory to their construction push last time we saw a bedroom attack, they were actually spotted out and lost 2 of their players from that angle. So if they are able to get a pick early on, an aggressive pick from hopefully one of the St. Ambrose players going for a bit of an aggressive roam, then you have a lot more give and take rather than all these 5 players on site. But hey, that's just all the patterns of Siege. A little bit of luck and a lot of skill, and most importantly, your timing has to be spot on, which I guess does fall under the luck category.
I guess for me, it's more of a question of why are we bringing these choices. I guess Kali is here to remove bandit batteries. If I had to guess, yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to fire the lance there, and that will destroy both the bandit batteries. I don't think they're going to attempt to re-secure the wall. The exothermic will go down, and I guess if you can't bring a Maverick, just bring a Kali and get the work done. Now, accusing just challenging right there onto that hallway angle from behind the patio table. Needs to be a bit careful because there are a couple of defenders stacked up there, essentially just waiting for him. But it looks like 2 are playing out of Logi at the moment. Saturne, by the way, is here on these windows. The castle barricades firmed up right there as a defensive hold, as Hines is going to step out and maybe challenge out towards that balcony look. And he needs to be real careful here, Binks, because he's got a castle on the other side of that hallway, so no real way to get across it unless he just falls back and goes through the rotate they have opened up in Logi.
We are looking so good, but we're back to a slideshow. And if you ever watched me play on PS4, this is exactly what it looked like. Killer Pink to be able to find Ajax, spraying through the wall, looking for a second one, using that good penetration of Ying's LMG. Second Candela being cooked and thrown into bathroom. Doesn't look like there's a rotate there, so there won't be too much of a good effect. But it looks like Killer Pink is going to be going for the rotate in. They want to get this aggressive site control. Hines now being picked off, but the Dokumi has not been able to get the phone of Ajax, meaning that the location, the precise location of that Ying is being completely given out towards the opponents. Swinging around, it is going to be the Echo, looking for the Blackbeard. The shield saving him, proving all of our predictions wrong, and it will be Pink to secure the downed kill. Regardless, no denying that Elite Moose was the one who was able to get that initial pick. Now inside the bathroom, Trojan holding it down strong. Hines even detonating his toxic babes at this 1 minute mark, down to a 4v3 as the site take from Hastings is well underway.
Just plant. Just plant. You've got complete control of the bomb site. Just plant. Yeah, they will. Thank God. They'll get Accusing Disc in there and get him to slam down the plant as Elite Moves disarms himself of the donut. They've got the wrong kind of ping location there if they're looking for the diffuser, but they do have the right operator ping. It's not necessarily where I would have planted. Look out, Elite Moose. Oh, he will secure the kill. The other one now. Well done, Elite Moose, with the big clutch. The Blackbeard has not really been on the board for 6 rounds. Man. He heard us, Biggs. He's not been on the board for 6 rounds, and then he finally clutches up.
I guess Moose have very good hearing, or maybe it's just like okay hearing, but regardless, it does look like we're going to get another time out.
Moose?
Moose? It's Moose. Elite Moose just has better... Oh, wait. Look at all those moose. I don't... No, it's not meese. No. What?
Yeah, you're right. No, I think you're right. It's moose. It's mooses. Moose. We'll go with moose. That's what we've agreed on.
Same with deer, right? There's like, what's the plural of deer?
Deer. Oh, that's a good one. Deers. Walrus. That's the other one. Is it walrus or walruses or walrus? Anyway, Siege.
Well, regardless, Korvik, I've got to wonder, what is on the board for Hastings' defense? It does look like this should be a little bit of a different setup, as we're going to see, like we mentioned, bedroom and gym being the first place to go. And man, I'm looking forward to this big change in pace. But Capcan, Accusing Disc, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, it's a couple.
Are we timeouting? I don't think we'll be timeouting while in game. I think that's a little bit unfair, unfortunately.
No, we are not. It's an interesting choice here to bring the Rook along. He's one of those operators where, you're never really going to scoff at armor, but at the same point in time, it's never like, you're particularly annoyed to have armor. It's a good thing. I think there are probably more impactful operators they could have brought to the party, but that's fine. He's there now. Legion, not a bad choice either. Capcan, I mean, it's fine, right? Like, Capcan is a solid operator. He's maybe not the best choice you'll ever have available, but he certainly provides a role. And ever since they changed his ability to put Capcan traps, 2 on a door or however many you want, he's more lethal. So I can't necessarily blame them for that. I do kind of see some issues with the site prep here. Just kind of shutting that one wall up there over to logistics has maybe made things a little bit difficult for them, because it's just sacrificed space. And we'll see if Satyrne or somebody can rotate around to this wall that Heinz has just happily blown open.
Yeah, this is a very interesting use of OSA. Same thing as what we saw in the previous round, but look at this. A clear ping showing us they have noticed that logistics has been left completely soft. And what operators do they have to deal with that? Well, they have a lot of them, but most importantly, they have the Sledge, a Trojan, who will be able to rotate in through Cash, get that open, and correct me if I'm wrong, is logistics completely open and free for the taking?
Yeah, that's what I said. They sacrificed it earlier on. They're not defending it at all.
I completely missed that. I was too busy focusing on the fact that Chief Todd has over 2,500 hours playing Rainbow Six on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC.
That's a lot of Siege. Right there. As luckily, I thought Chief Todd was going to die as soon as he said his name, but no, it is Elite Moose who gets brought down first right there. But Fleas is down as well. So again, we see an OSA going early into this attacking kind of death pit, as it were. Now getting the windows open on the front of the building here. They're actually going to take the time to drone in while Ancient Booth covers the CCTV window. Good little bit of fire coming in right there as it's Killer Pink on the Rook, who picks up the first kill. Chief Todd now checking down, just clips Ajax's wings a little bit, but can't actually confirm the kill. Ancient Boot, meanwhile, getting a little bit of vengeance, but they stopped watching the CCTV window, and it was all the opening Accusing Disc needed to come and get a double kill, and then Chief Todd finishes it off. I might have lost Binks there because he didn't chime in, but we'll keep going here discussing things. Hopefully he can get everything back above board. There's a timeout coming down here as well from Ajax. I believe that they are going to take that. I'm not sure though. We'll see. I'm not a rules person here at the NECC, so it's not my job to enforce these things, whether I like it or not. And will indeed take the timeout. I think I hear Bink speaking to us from beyond the beyond, so he might be back on. That's unfortunate.
For the remaining duration of this timeout. But Cormac, because of that, I missed the complete end of that round. Oh, hello there. I'm back. Look at that.
Well, you are back.
Whoa, and my audio is going to cause an echo. Let me
taking
fix
notes. Scribbling my notes there when you got brought back into us. But let's take a look at what just went down there in that round. And I mean, it was a good round on the defense from finally from Hastings College Broncos. They've been having a relatively rough run of it, but now on a 3-win run back based on their last 2 attacking rounds in that first defense. Honestly, it was a good read to get a disc over on the CCTV window and get those 2 opportunistic kills out on balcony. And that's one of the problems you play that stretch highway, whatever you want to call it. So dangerous, Binks, unless you're just really being heads up about covering that CCTV window. That was basically the nightmare scenario for an attacker that's trying to aggress from the front side of Clubhouse. Oh. Unfortunately, might have lost him again. I think he's saying he can't hear us, so he's in a sensory deprivation.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh, he's back. Okay, there we go. Technical issues abound today. Gremlins in the lines all over the place.
Cormac, I think I might need a hug after this cast because, man, oh man, everything is just breaking. And we talked about if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But what if it ain't broke, but it don't work either? What do you do then? Give me a bit of philosophical value to this. What do you do if it isn't broke, but it don't work either?
It would just be broke then, wouldn't it?
I guess so.
I'm pretty sure that just means that it's broke. But interesting, they brought the Capkin here again. They've actually stuck with the same defensive lineup that they ran last team, Binks, so they feel confident in it. And the Capkin already, dispersing traps all over the place and getting that set up. And, it's interesting. I'll just add, one issue I have with the multiple Capkin trap placement is that I actually think in some circumstances it's better to just put all 5 of them out separately because they're not a bad advanced warning system. If somebody walks into one of them or even has to shoot them to detonate them, you usually get a little bit of a sound cue about where your opponents might be. Just an interesting thought.
Sure is. Now, we are also seeing the ace pick from Hines. This is actually quite peculiar to see this type of lineup for a basement. I do think that Killer Pink's choice of the Rook is actually turning out to be a really smart one. And here's why. We're seeing that a lot of these shots have not been headshots the same way we haven't seen that different worry about peeking an angle and not getting out with your head just taken out for right away. So because of that advantage, taking the Rook armor here is actually a very, very smart thing to do. And I think that is a very smart read by Killer Pink, which I gotta respect this. I always do love seeing the Rook. It's a very nice comfort pick.
Yeah, it's a comfort pick, and that's the problem though. It's a comfort pick, right? Sometimes you need to go outside of your comfort zone and bring in somebody a little bit heavier duty who maybe provides a little bit more value overall, and they seem hesitant to do that. Unfortunately, the one operator that we don't have in the lineup that I'm really surprised neither attacking side has brought is Habana, who is infamously good at opening hatches from distance in a very safe place, but apparently, nobody wants to bring out the X-Kairos. Instead, they're going to use Thermite and somehow get the wall of blue open, which is something that realistically should not happen on a basement defense. That's okay. Using Disc is going to get a kill. Ooh, Fleegs coming back on the other side will get one of their own, and now a couple of flashes being thrown out right there. Just the one flash, actually, as Uwu Fleegs continues to peek the corner, but he might even go in here and try for the plant. And it's a dangerous place to be playing that. Lots of angles still to cover him, but a bold choice nonetheless to use your Thermite as your entry and go ahead and just slam this plant down.
Very smart. He's been doing it all. Ancient Boot also to get one quickly refragged by Satirna. But regardless, look at this, 3v3 post-plant. But here is the crazy part. Look at all these angles that are being held. There's no safe spot. You have the sledge covering the rotate, as well as Uwu being able to cover long, as well as dirt, leaving it all left up to the lonesome defender of the mute of Chief Todd. He has count them, 3 attackers to find, and all of them are closing on his position. Swing around, he'll be able to find the first headshot. Quick reload in between that, 13 seconds. It's looking quite unlikely. Spraying out, not able to find the prone to Twitch of Ajax. They will be able to collect onto that final remaining defender.
You ever heard of the existential, kind of seminal existential body horror short story called I Have No Mouth, But I Must Scream? It's classic. It's also how I feel watching the tail end of that round right there, Binks, because my God, I wanted to scream, but I don't want to scream into the microphone, so I'm not going to do that. Let me just reiterate, right? And again, this is going to sound really harsh, and I'm not normally harsh, but I think there's learning to be done here. You cannot sacrifice blue like that if you're going to do a basement defense. You just can't give it up like that. You need to have somebody in there. You need to have a Jaeger in there. You need to, God, how about you could have a Frost in there even if you wanted to with Frost bats. I don't care. Put Castle in there and have him castle up Oil Pit. It doesn't matter. Just have somebody in blue to at least challenge.
You know what?
Because Thermite getting open the wall and being able to get into Armory and put the plant down is just, that is not something that should be happening.
Let's show them why. We have a clear, and thank you to our observers showing us blue. Just show off blue for a second. That way we can really give them a very clear, I don't know how much the delay is, but if we look at blue, thank you very much, Unnamed Gamer. You've been doing a phenomenal job. Every action that we have caught, it's been very good, so thank you. Regardless, we have blue here. You have the long angle cover from a secret, which is a very easy way to get onto site. Very quick. If you're going for a rush, I've seen teams go straight through blue. You also have the blue hatch, which has now clearly been reinforced. But now, look at all the angles that are now being blocked. When you have this long corridor that we have to worry about, you have all these long angles, scopes, which means it favors the attackers. But when you put someone behind there, these long angles that they're able to now contest. Because look, when you're in blue, you can see all the way cutting off these key points inside of church. If you open up the church wall, inside of Arsenal, if you open up the church wall, you can see all the way through. Nothing is safe. They have very little cover besides the bar, but hey, look, you can also open that up, meaning that the defenders are at a massive disadvantage. It is a very pivotal point, and many people call it a buffer room. In this case, it's not a buffer room. It is an absolutely necessary extension, and bandit batteries just will not do the trick with Twitch on the board.
Yeah, that's the other problem, right? You have the Twitch on the board. Now, theoretically, you could definitely get mute jammers down here that are going to make it really hard for that Twitch to get the drone in there to destroy those bandit batteries. But it's also not very difficult, right, to get somebody to come in at kind of a vertical angle and set up some different sort of crossfire onto that. Not necessarily going to be able to take down the batteries either, but just go ahead and open church well if you want to, right? The church wall is right there, and so much for your mute jammer and so much for the bandit batteries.
Was that bandit battery in the barbed wire?
No, that was a mute jammer in the barbed wire.
Oh, really?
I think so. I think what happened was they
I saw
tasered the mute
bandit
jammer. And maybe it was a bandit battery. I thought it was a mute jammer. I thought they tasered the mute jammer and just rolled the drone around the corner, but it might have been a bandit battery. Whatever it was, it has served no purpose here as they go ahead and throw down another bandit battery. That's exactly what you wanted right there. I think you Flags forgot that he wasn't Thermite for a second, though. He went up as if he was going to charge it. And you just have hides on the ace right now, bud. That's all you've got in terms of your ability to actually get this open. And honestly, this defense might just hold.
Oh no. You gotta make sure you have different ways to get that open, whether that be mailing it at that point might be a considerable thing, but ooh, setting up, he has the Osa shield, and this could be something that he chooses to go for, actually using it as a body block. Very good camaraderie being observed here. But now look at all the explosive potential on the side of Hastings, as even one of those C4s will quickly be picked off the board as accusing disc will fall. Satirna with a refrag onto Ajax, as your Twitch now off the board, and a lot of firepower down with them. And now with 30 seconds, this slow hold of Hastings could be picking up speeds as they all have the pivotal positions to hold. Not the flank from Ancient Boots has something to say about it, but there is the triple kill! All coming out. Trojan now last alive. They have to swing to find it, but Chief Todd to be able to find that quick kill with the Mute's MP4. I am baffled, Corbeck. But just the ability to rotate utility on the side of Hastings has just been very well done in that round.
Well, I think part of what happened right there is that it looked like they had a pretty comprehensive plan of how they wanted to attack that, right? They were going to get into blue, they were going to drop the bandit batteries with the Twitch, they were going to open up the wall, and they were going to go in for a very similar plan to what they did last time, which is viable. There's nothing wrong with that potential strategy. The problem was, for some reason, I don't know if they ran out of Twitch drones, I'm assuming that's what happened, they weren't just able to, get through that wall, so they kind of panicked a little bit. They still had a whole wall that they could have opened right there. So I don't know why they didn't have Hines throw the Selmas on the church wall and try and open up yet another angle right there to make life a little bit more difficult. I mean, the play with the Osa, having her move in as the mobile shield and then trying to play off that was initially inspired, but they never really took much never really looked too much off of that. They didn't take too much advantage off of that. So what are you going to do at the end of the day, right? I mean, it's a win for Hastings, and they're pushing their way towards tying the series up.
Very good point. That's one round off now. This is probably the closest that we've seen them, unless possibly 2 rounds ago. I don't know how close that they were actually to get Corbeck. But I'm interested in the CC defense. I think that it's all going to come down to their ability to hold this site, especially with all things considered. I want to see a bandit trick. That's what I think we really need to be seeing right now, or at least get those impacts. You only have one set of impacts. You know they've been taking the ace consistently every single round. The number one counter to that is going to be just the ability to go, wait for one hole to be open, and impact the last one. You have 2 C4s. I would almost borderline consider tossing a C4 or watching the drone hole early on, because if they get on the wall early, then look, there goes your wall. Make sure you got the impact, which has not been set up. But regardless, Killer Pink also has barbed wire, which is something I'm quite questionable. You want to make sure you go for a C4 with Bandit, because explosive potential is a lot more lethal.
Yeah, and I mean, they've done a good job here. They managed to get the CCTV wall open. That's going to put a lot of pressure on these defenders. They just have to be a little bit careful about how they defend this, though. This breach is a good breach, don't get me wrong, Binks, but it is also a little bit of a poison chalice. It's the term that I've used to describe this a lot lately, because that's what it is. It lures you into thinking that it's easier than it is, and the end result is that when you try and push through that breach, you can get caught in a lot of crossfire angles. Should mention, by the way, that Ancient Boot has done a very, very good job here of moving through, but it's an even better pick from Hines there on the long bomb shot all the way into Cash, and that's going to put Hastings in a little bit of paralysis here, because they don't want to get sniped like that.
They have very little options right now. We have Chief Todd holding all the way back inside of construction. This is not the mute. I don't know what's going on with the spectator bug now. Everything does not seem to be working out in our favor. But regardless, we're watching Ajax currently, who's been able to push up into sight. They have been able to recover the case and are going to be going for a plant. There's This is not Chief Todd. This is Castle pushing up through the top of red stairs. Trojan to swing. Ancient to also find one. And now we are finally actually at Chief Todd, stuck in a 1v4. Corbeck, we finally made it to them. And they have a very hard task ahead of them. They are not going to be able to push in so simply. Just scroll in and get that defuse. They have many angles to consider. C4 is going to get caught, not even have a chance to detonate, as Ajax with a long angle will finish it off.
Yeah, won't lie, not their finest hour probably right there, but I mean, it's a 1v4 situation with all that coverage of the bomb. What are you really going to do, right? It would take an absolute miracle for any player of any difficulty level to get out of that. If you took, I don't know, who's a really good Siege player, that Shaiko, let's say, and stuck Shaiko in that exact same position, it's almost impossible for Shaiko, right? So it's going to be almost impossible at every level of the game. What the real problem was that well, it's not even a problem, really. It's an up to St. Ambrose. They did a really good job of closing down sightlines. They made great advantage of the free rafters space. They made great advantage of the open wall onto CCTV. They executed exactly how you want to execute on that site, and they did a really, really good job of sticking it to them. It was just it was a good attack for what it was worth.
Attackers need to locate
One
and
thing I want to
defuse
see
any bombs
differently
defended.
on Hastings' side, or sorry, on St. Ambrose side as well, is a better use of those zero cameras. I did notice how I don't know if any of them were deployed after all, but I understand that he was trying to go for more of a discreet push in through garage. But had he set up, because there was only one of the panels for garage that was electrified, the garage to CC. Had he gone and put one of those zero cameras into, or Argus cameras if you want to call them that, into the CC wall, he would have had a lot of information on the site that would have made that attack that much easier. But regardless, it worked out. On the side of
5
Hastings,
seconds to insertion.
you don't want to be putting yourself into that 1v1 or 1vx scenario,
Attackers'
because
objective is to locate a
you're
bomb and
almost
defuse it.
relying on your team's ability, or this remaining player's ability, to be able to narrow down to 1v1s. That whenever you see a player go and have a crazy clutch on YouTube, you can easily go back and run analysis on how that was actually possible. Because whenever it's a 1vx and they lose it, the team with the multiple players loses it, it's because there was a flaw in how they held it, and it's almost always because that player either had very good util usage, or they were able to really isolate 1v1s, or they weren't watching the drone hole. You have to make sure, if you're going to set this up, that your Twitch jammer, or your mute jammer, sorry, is able to watch the wall properly. Otherwise, it will completely be a thorn in your side. And look at everything that's been set up. It's not going to work if you throw it on that side. The C4 has to go over the wall to get those Selma charges, and just like that, the entirety of the hot tub jacuzzi wall has been opened. Quite interesting that all 3 Selma breaching charges were used too.
Worth reminding you guys as well, I mentioned at the very beginning of the broadcast, the way that they've changed the mute jammer, that's actually not an effective hard breach denial anymore. If you threw those Selma charges up towards the top side of the wall, you would blow a hole in it quite easily. Same could be said if you effectively put the thermite charge up on that top half of the wall. It won't be affected by the mute, so that's something to keep in mind when you're playing your own games. But right now, that hole has been opened up, and that's allowed for some sort of deep movement here as Ajax comes walking in through the door, but Elite Moose is there to secure yet another kill. Good shutdown coming in that way. Gonna throw out a goon mine down the short hallway as well. Accusing Dish trying to play off the other angle. Unfortunately, Elite Moose gets a little too hungry for glory and swings a little too wide and loses their head over it, and that's unfortunate indeed. Now a 4v4 situation here as Hines whips out the drone and just goes for a little scout and shimmy around the point. Ancient Boot, coming from the opposite direction of construction, gets absolutely blasted in the doorway by Chief Todd, who was just waiting there on standby, as now Trojan takes over and steps up to the door next. And, well, he's a little skittish to push up there, and I can't blame him, because Saturine has just destroyed Hines as well. So that leaves it a 2v4 here for St. Ambrose.
It is going to be Uwu Fleegs to be able to try to find this first pick onto the cap can of Accusing Disc. Rotating up, 35 seconds remaining. They have time to work with. They have the utility, 2 nades. First one being cooked by Trojan. Ricocheted off. He is going to be able to catch the castle and be able to down them successfully. Uwu Fleegs has the gym plant available to them, and they will be able to go for it, but they have to stick it before they run out of time. Pre-fire coming through this wall from Chief Todd. He'll rotate right on around, coming Accusing Disc, spraying out, and he'll find the headshot. All left up to Trojan to win this one out for his team. Rotating in, he'll try to find it, but there's Killer Pink. He'll find their kill, and they can go back to admiring their collection of over 20 Rubik's Cubes.
What? I love you throw that in there. It's true. Killer Pink 111 does have a collection of over 20 Rubik's Cubes, and they shoot shotgun for the Hastings College shotgun team. So go figure. Ironic in a way, actually, that Killer Pink has not yet played a shotgun operator. I don't think we've seen them use a shotgun, so it's missing out right there. Got to give him on one of the
It's not the same. It's not the same.
It's not the same. Got to give him on one of the SAS boys. Get him on one of the old SMG 11 shotgun combo. The eternal kind of burden that all SAS players must carry after a certain point in time, or SAS defenders, I guess I should say. But a good round there for Hastings. Hastings, I mean, it was a bit of a roller coaster, Banks, all things considered, up and down. I really thought for a moment that St. Ambrose might actually be able to execute a plant, but a good recovery, just generally good coverage of the various angles you saw coming out there from Hastings. The fact that they let the jacuzzi wall kind of get open and they kind of allowed a lot of real estate to be taken by St. Ambrose was countered out by the ability to hold the real estate that they didn't have. So a valid bit of play for them there. Going back down to basement, though, this leads us to another sort of difficult situation because this basement side has really been a bit feast or famine for them. A lot of pressure on Killer Pink, actually, we were just talking about, to make sure that we don't see kind of another walk-in hard breach play like we saw earlier on, because that would be absolutely disastrous here on match point.
Do you know how I used to play when Twitch was in there? Absolutely. I know that Twitch has really made a comeback. Drones are able to jump now. But I remember in Twitch's, I'm still going to call them glory days, when they had 14 shocks right after another. You could easily down a player if you played it properly. And nothing beats watching the old clips I have of being able, oh no, of being able to watch people completely kill someone during the preparation phase with nothing but a Twitch drone. Most annoying thing in the world to see. But I remember I would just wait. If I knew that they would be taking a Twitch, if I was playing comp, they reveal, I'm like, oh, they're actually taking a Twitch? Wow. Let me go and wait next to the wall that I cannot lose and just spray down this Twitch drone when I got it. As soon as you see the thing, get rid of it. There's one. And you would call out to your team, I got one of the Twitch drones, I got one of the Twitch drones. And it was such a good feeling because I was never getting kills. So to get the Twitch drone, I was actually contributing.
Yeah, if you take a key piece of utility off the board, sometimes it can almost be more valuable, right, than a kill at times, depending on which operator you kill. But they're not particularly worried about that right now, St. Ambrose. They're going for another push down secret towards blue, and once more, they will be able to do this relatively unchallenged because there's just something about the color blue. There is a mute jammer there. Oh, it got pinged.
Eyeline. I'm sorry. I cannot keep this one. I know you guys can do this. You put the mute jammer right next to it. If you position it in a way that it is not visible, then no gadgetry will make it. And that is a perfect wall because you don't need two mute jammers. You place one right next to it on the right side, and that Twitch drone will not be able to push its way in. You use your utility elsewhere, and you are all set. But instead, this entire blue wall will now crumble. And look at this long angle now exposed and being completely used by St. Ambrose. They have a very good chance at winning this round from all the pressure and the pinching going down on the basement site, but not if the roam of Accusing Disc has something to say about it. We didn't notice it. The criticism made earlier, Accusing Disc must have heard us, but you know what? Let's be honest, Quebec, they just knew better, and that is a huge pick to get Ancient Boot off the board nice and early, and they know that they have a roaming Captain to now worry about.
Very similar to what Accusing just did a couple of rounds ago, where they came out of the CCTV window and tapped two guys who were standing around. Didn't get the second tap that time, but still a good effort. Trojan, though, taps back in the other direction, comes sailing in from Moto and just starts racking up kills. And now, Fleeks is going for the plant here, and they don't have anything to challenge it. Pink steps up and gets absolutely shellacked there near the bomb, and that's the diffuser down, and poor Chief Todd here is stuck in a very difficult situation indeed. Trojan gets lit up by Accusing Disc, but still, they have to get to the planter, and that means getting around Osa and Ajax, who just has perfect cover on the door, illustrated perfectly right there by just taking off Accusing Disc's face. Chief Todd now swinging the same angle, and you've only got 8 seconds really to make something happen here. It's got to have to happen a little bit faster than that. And unfortunately, just timed out, honestly, based on defense alone. The really good post-plant setup here. Chief Todd ducking down behind some barrels, continuing to try and fire at that Osa, but Osa's just sitting pretty. And that will do it. Attackers win round 12. St. Ambrose goes up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series.
Well, I'm very happy to report, Corbeck, that over the course of that match, we actually did see a lot of improvements from both these teams. Whereas a lot of times we think that they're going to keep attempting the exact same thing over and over again. It's been really, really pleasant to see that there has been that improvement. They are slowly but surely moving towards, and it's starting to get competitive. A 7-5 doesn't come out of nowhere. It doesn't come from luck. It comes from two teams being able to adapt properly. A team in Siege that fails to adapt is a team in Siege that loses just like that. And you can put that on a t-shirt. Smack that on the new SI t-shirts for all logos on this side for all I care. But regardless, they're making improvement, and that's what's important to me.
I feel like there's a whole line of caster slogans that are probably getting closer to the SI shirt first. I'm sorry, but Laser Gates, I feel, is the one that needs a shirt. Let's be honest. But yeah, it was a good effort from both teams there towards the end. And I do think that there was a little bit of learning that was done, almost sort of adaptation as the rounds went forward. It was a very good post-plan scenario for Hastings, even if it was one of the probably strangest plants I think I've ever seen. Here's the thing, right? And this is the general consensus. A lot of competitive games, 5, 6, however many team members doing the wrong thing together is sometimes better than, one guy doing the right thing while everybody else is trying to do something else, right? So at least they had consistency in their coordination. It was clear that they had a plan pushing in there, and I think they genuinely deserve the win on that map. They played it quite well. I'm curious, to see how Hastings bounces back from this, because they proved themselves on defense to be a genuine threat, Banks, and I think they could easily swing back in on our next map.
It definitely does look that way. I do believe that this also was not Hastings' map pick, so that could play a very essential role. So we're going to give you guys a quick 5-minute break. Go get some more popcorn, refill your drinks. I know I will, because we have an exciting match coming up. Don't go anywhere. Take a breath and tell me you're okay. Tell me something that says you won't go away. I'm gonna make a better place for you to stay. Take a breath and tell me you're okay.
I dream of something else to extend my mind. Give me the neon pills. I'm gonna stand there. I feel the energy. I wish I could go back.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NECC here. It's the B stream, but it's not a B tier game. It's some exciting gameplay. St. Ambrose Esports versus the Hastings College Broncos. St. Ambrose, the patron saint of bees, and that has generated some buzz here for the St. Ambrose team, managing to pick off map number 1. As we come into map number 2 here, Binks, what are we looking forward to?
We're looking forward to seeing both of these teams be able to improve on these skills that they've already started with from our very first match. And I think the very first thing that they need to improve on are possibly target bans. We start to see those a lot more often. If there's an operator that the other team was using that they found themselves getting quite annoyed with, then hey, we got a new map. Get him right off the board. And just like that, that really annoying Thatcher that we still didn't see last match is also going to get thrown right off the board, Corbic.
Oh, when is poor Thatcher not thrown off the board? Let's be honest here. He is such a common ban, and at times might even be a bit of a lazy ban, all things considered, because Thatcher is banned so much. And I was talking with Chief about this the other day. Thatcher is banned so much that I don't think a lot of people actually really know how to use Thatcher anymore. So it's almost to the point now where what's the point of banning him? Because if you bring him along, his impact might not be as bad as you think it is. But Thatcher gets taken out, Ace gets taken out, and Kaid gets taken out. Because honestly, if you're going to take out Thatcher, you should probably take out Kaid as well, or those Electro Claws become real pesky. Which leaves us with our last defensive operator ban from St. Ambrose.
It will be the target ban of Capcan. I will take that. I guess they were getting really annoyed by it. And Oregon is a map that you can't check the doors as much, but you know what? They're adding to the stat sheet, and that's something that I like to see, especially on the side of bans, as it adds an extra layer to our game. And I want to see if they're going to try to supply that, because I know that Hastings was using the Capcan. Are they now going to switch to use a different trap up? That's what I want to see in the second half. I think that could be
it's a strange ban. I'll be honest. It leaves a lot of defensive options open that we might be able to see in play. We're not seeing them in play, unfortunately. But Valkyrie, totally viable. Mira, totally viable. Maybe I can understand not playing Mira on kids' dorms. But, you know, Mira is another one that you could bring in here as well because of that ban set. I don't know if it's worth the target. I think that those plays that were made by the Capcan in those rounds were the kind of plays that any enterprising roamer would have made, right? Over on Clubhouse. I don't think it had anything to do in particular with being a Capcan, but whatever. The bans have been made. St. Ambrose starts on the defense here and can get into this.
the location.
Interesting that they've chosen to bring Castle along for this top floor hold. Obviously, putting a Castle there on big window, it's not a bad idea at all. It gives the defender something they have to get through. But the eternal problem with Castle, right, Binks, no matter how many Castle barricades you give him, is that all Sledge has to do is hit it with a hammer once. And that's it.
5 seconds to go.
That's a very good point. Another interesting thing is they're taking the Cali, and I hope they don't use it, because one of the big things about the attic wall, as well as the master bedroom closet wall, is look down below. It is very easy to take that out, and although there's no Ash or Zofia, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that a normal thing to see now? Is it normal to not see an Ash or Zofia on the board? Because there's so many options to destroy things from down below with them.
There's generally no good reason that you wouldn't bring a Zofia in this day and age with the power of her LMG, the continued power of her, you know, gadget or whatever, very valuable util. Yeah, there's no reason to bring her, but that's a really well-placed frag grenade, and that's going to take Fleegs out of the equation immediately. And maybe, just maybe, someone like a Wamai or a Jaeger might have helped prevent that, but neither of them making their appearance here. And then the Kali Lance charge going to come in and, well, blow up the door to attic as well.
Quite interesting. They're getting the wall open at a very good time. They have the man advantage, and Hastings off to a very good start thus far. And Hides, you can't peek this with the SMG-11. You're going against a sniper. This does not sound like it should ever work, but he has been able to spot them out. Speaking of spotting them out, Ancient Boot is going to be able to spot out that a player has jumped in. The Blackbeard pinging them with the yellow ping, and now this is going to be quite an interesting interaction as Ajax has the information he has to play off of. He knows where these operators are coming from, swinging right in. The first Sonic Blast will go out Trojan through the wall. We'll find the first reflag on the side of St. Ambrose, but now left to the players that are now stuck inside. They're going to be able to notice the shots ringing out from Ajax through the wall, but not in enough time, as Ajax will be able to find a kill with that penetration.
Ancient Boot here actually has a pretty decent yokai position where they could be super disruptive if there was an attempted plant, but Accusing Disc is not even really in a position where they can actually get to the plant, and they have no util through which they can get Heinz Shield out. One other attacker that we haven't mentioned yet in this stream that would also be extremely valuable, that is Flores. Not seen any Flores. Imagine how effective a couple of Ratero drones would be on this point, and he's one of the reasons actually that we see a lot of Flores bans on Oregon, but they haven't brought him along at this particular point in time, which means Heinz can just sit here for free and defend this angle.
Well, they have the Kali Lance, and especially considering that he's been sitting here so long, you have that Lance, there's no ADS, there is absolutely no Wamai. I don't see why you wouldn't be expending that utility and guaranteeing that that shield is quickly dispersed of. But now with all this time, C4 cooked out, doesn't even need to use it, just the absolute BM of Trojan, using both bits of utility, make sure that it all goes through. She taught to jump in, but there's no time to recover this diffuser or even get a kill, as St. Ambrose will be able to successfully hold that defense, and it was looking good for Hastings at the start of the round with that nade kill though.
Nade kill indeed right there, and I mean it was a good effort from Hastings to try and push a kind of multilateral attack in there, but St. Ambrose just had a bunch of cards, right, like that they held, and some really strong defensive positioning. Again though, we're seeing a really interesting defensive lineup coming here out of St. Ambrose. The Valkyrie and the Mira are excellent picks for this basement site, but bringing a Clash along on the side of Fleegs, well, that's an interesting choice indeed. How often is it that you would see maybe a smoke in this position with someone with a shield brought along as well, or even the smoke shield itself to allow you to hold elbow, but presumably they'll be forsaking that spot. Clash in and of herself, Banks, an interesting operator indeed, provides, you know, a mixture of kind of area denial and intel gathering. So that's something to think about right there, but it's definitely a non-standard setup, but then again, it's been non-standard attacks, and yeah, elbows just being forfeited here, so kind of make of that what you will. Theoretically, if they can take bunker entrance, that does give Accusing Disc an easy route to get right onto point and slam the plant down.
Attackers have located the bomb.
Now 15 seconds remaining in this prep phase, and I want to take a second just to really
Left.
try to go and digest exactly what St. Ambrose's idea and purpose of this attack is. They have Heinz taking the mirror. They have Blue Fleas on the Clash that can also act as a makeshift mirror. They have the Valkyrie, which provides info, which could do exactly what a mirror does as well. It seems like they're really focusing on that information game. And once again, there's no Dokkaebi on the side of Hastings to be able to counteract that Valkyrie. But regardless, if you look at the way they're set up, they've left the electro hatch or meeting hatch completely soft, so that will be a possibility. But Heinz is going to be able to hold both of these angles quite proficiently, but I don't understand why you put a Mira on a wall that would be able to be so easily meleeed. It will take it completely out of the equation. While you'll get a little bit of information of who's playing where. Oh, it's a double Mira, but you might want to open one up early. You really want to open one up early, because as soon as you do that, now you're able to play it quite proficiently. But this could hurt, as soon as they lose someone, they completely lose that angle. And oh, Acoustic, that could be a smart choice. Smoking off one side while peeking the other. They won't actually opt to do that. But Corbeck, I am interested to see how these angles will indeed work out.
Well, they've gotten Saturne up really well here through Freezer, basically uncontested. You can see how far they've droned it in. Unfortunately, they will lose Accusing Disc. And I mean, I have serious reservations about how they use the Mira, but, you know, you might still be able to win the round. Unfortunately, Saturne's positioning is actually going to really cause some problems here. That Freezer entrance is very hard to challenge. If you're an attacker, it's going to require some serious skill by Trojan if they want to fight it back. And it's clear that the team knows, but there's the first kill. Ajax gets wiped, and Saturne can continue to hold that positioning. The Candela going in here. Saturne might try and use that as an opportunity to rush. You see the Kali shots coming in across the point as well, so a brutal crossfire being established into these Yang Candelas. This is just savage in terms of an attack, but unfortunately, Trojan hiding around the corner is undetected and will pick up the kill onto Saturne. There goes Chief Todd as well, and it does look like Killer Pink here in the Freezer entrance is going to have their work cut out for him.
They know about the flank. Elite Moose does have a very daunting task, as Heinz will be able to take out Killer Pink. Now, Elite Moose, last one alive with the obstructed mobility of a Blackbeard with the shield on. Shield won't be able to do much, as Trojan will secure the kill as St. Ambrose takes their second consecutive round.
It's there's a lot to break down, right? Like there was a lot of kind of interesting issues. The double mirror window on the elbow hold, don't do that to yourself. Just bring a smoke, like get a shield down, get some ADSs, put a smoke on that corner. Gonna hold it 1,000 times better. Keep those black mirrors, use them for other things. Use them to hold Freezer, use them to maybe hold out of closet towards the basement of laundry stairs. All really good options. The other thing is, Saturne had such a good position right there, really needed some assistance from a teammate to just get a drone into the actual storage area, Banks, to just tell them where people were. Because if Saturne had a drone that had told her the bandit was hiding in the corner, that would have been an instant entry into the site. You're just dealing with Clash. Mir is going to be backed up in a difficult position. I want to say it's a guaranteed win, but it was close to it. Because they had such good positioning coming out of Freezer. So that's just another thing to take note of right there. But the other thing I think that I saw was a little bit scary was Accusing Disc was sort of leading the way into Bunker, and you really don't want to have your Thermite as your point man. You want to really have him on drones, right, Binks, so that he can get you to, you know, clear a path and you can get to the wall and actually put those charges in.
That's exactly it, Corbeck. You don't want to have your Thermite. Thermite's not an entry by any means. Hibana, when you have a Thermite 2 on the board, I can see a little bit of a flex Hibana play. That's completely understandable and justifiable. But you're going for a 1 hard breach setup, no secondary hard breaches in sight. And it just makes me start to beg the question, what exactly is the purpose? That's what I find myself always asking. And anytime I've coached players playing Siege, one of my favorite things to do is, if I'm breaking down a VOD, I say, what are you doing there and why? What are you trying to push? Tell me what the objective is and why. And you can do this in any scenario. If you're playing any sport, take that thing, pause, say 1 second, and if I'm coaching a team, regardless of the sport, I say, everyone pause. What are you doing there and why? What are you doing there and why? And of course, it gives people to stop and say, oh, what am I doing? I'm going to do this because I think that's the right thing. That's exactly what you want these players to be doing. In this downtime when they're waiting and holding an angle, what am I doing and why? What information do I have and how is it useful? And that's one of the most pivotal things to use in Siege.
Very true. Satirne, by the way, has pushed up in here. Gonna go ahead and throw the smoke in. Does have those candelas as well. Could help with this rush coming out of shower because let's be honest, there's nothing really to stop it at this point in time unless they can set up a good crossfire, and they really don't have the positioning to do that. The candela comes in and they're actually just gonna go for the plant here behind the smoke wall. This is a very inspired play by Hastings. This is some of the smartest play I think we've seen. Accusing Disc gonna back up right here and hold that angle. Saturne is there as well. Man, if only they had like a grenade operator in position right here where they could just throw anybody who tried to get on that plant off. They do have Killer Pink somewhere, but not in a position where they can really put the plant down. Now opening up a bit of a line here to allow Cali. They're throwing in the candelas. I mean, it's not necessarily the best bit of play that we've ever seen, but I love how they're defending this plant. And then they've got Chief Todd on the long sideline actually acting like a support sniper, and then Saturne is just gunning him down in the mid-range. Ajax is trying to challenge, and this is the most decisive round we've seen out of Hastings this entire game. Amazing.
I'm going back to my point, Corbeck. You can look at any player and say, what are you doing there and why? And they can all give you the same answer. The Cali in the back. Oh my goodness, it felt like a sniper. You mentioned it, I'm like, Cali? Long angle? Not able to be contested? Because of the work the other teammates did? My brain was exploding, dude. It was absolutely phenomenal. You talk to any of those players, what are you doing here and why? Well, I'm holding the defuse because we're able to get it down from the smoke that we played. Okay, why are you holding this angle and not a different one? Because I'm able to support my teammates in a better way. Now, you can also say the exact same thing on the side of St. Ambrose. What are you doing here and why? Well, I'm peeking. Oh, I guess I shouldn't peek the same angle as all my other teammates. Oh, we have the ability to flood a site. Let's go for that while we still have time on the defuse. And you're looking at every single option. Because when you question what I'm doing and why, you're able to see, hey, why would I do this when I can do this? It forces you to consider other options, and I think that's something that both these teams can heavily benefit from. But hey, look, that's 3 rounds already done and dusted. They're off the board, or on the board, to say the least. And now we get to go right back up to bedroom. One of the big flaws that we saw the first time around was that on the side of Hastings, they had a good opening pick and they had a good job opening up the walls, but they weren't able to properly disperse the utility, especially considering there's no Wamai or Jaeger once again present on the board. It means that they should be able to clear a lot of these out.
Yeah, you know, there's a reason why you extend your defense into shower, right, at that point. And I think we just saw a perfect illustration of it, Banks, is because that exact scenario that occurred right there, that easy plant, realistically, if they had had some sort of challenge in shower, that never would have been as successful as it was. So something to learn there about defending one of the tertiary sites of Oregon, which admittedly, I mean, it's a tertiary site, so planning on losing it is not the worst thing ever in the world. Just bounce back if you're St. Andrews, fall back into the defensive positions that you know and trust, and it looks like they've done exactly that. Though, interestingly, they have brought Hines here as a smoke, so a little bit of a change up. I don't think we saw him on our last, kids and bunks defensive hold. What is Chief Todd doing all the way out here? Oh, big tower. Okay, I was trying to figure out why you would put him all the way in that position, but I guess he's going to try and breach the wall there leading into kind of attic and push up through there, if I had to guess. Meanwhile, Saturne with the diffuser, or Saturne, is on the big window, so a vulnerable position for your diffuser carrier to be in, but effective if they can turn it into some kills.
Now, a minute 45 remaining in this round, Corvec. Not too much has happened. It seems very slow, besides the fact that Killer Pink has creeped their way up, along with the Blackbeard of Elite Moose. And this would be very good if there was any sort of utility to be caught, or any way to be capitalizing on the fact that you just placed that Yin Candela, but lo and behold, there's no blinding. You're spraying out the wall. You have to have a little bit more coordination, especially when you're placing that. Unless you're going for a hot breach, which, to be honest, Corbeck, at this point, I would not be opposed to seeing, as this feels really cool, and I think it's probably one of the funnest things to do in Rainbow Six.
Chief Todd has done a major reposition right there. Has come all the way around over to master bedroom and opened up master bedroom closet, which is a huge angle, but somewhat controversially, they have no one actually watching it. Accusing Disc will be the one who comes back here, but that's actually given Fleegs time to get into position to kind of counter defend it. And sure enough, we'll turn that into a kill right there. The UMP 45 coming in big. Saturday is going to slip the noose here and try and go in for a plant. And actually, Elite Moose might cut off anybody trying to challenge that coverage. The Yokai drone will get the one stun in here as we see Killer come in as well, but Saturday does get the plant down. Unfortunately, though, the entirety of the team just dies right there in that corner. It is their sort of World War I battlefield, and that will be the end of the round. The C4 kill on the Ancient Boot. I think that was a bit of a joke there by good old Ajax.
Disabled the bomb diffuser. Bomb defusing attempt failed. Defenders win.
Oh, I needed that, Cormac. I really needed that. We're gonna say that was a delayed explosive. It's like the C4s that you see in Terrorist Hunt. They're not controlled by anyone. They are just detonated by proximity, and unfortunately, they forgot to shoot the C4. And now 3-1, and history repeats itself. We are going back downstairs with the exact same operator selection, and hopefully, we're going to see an adaptation, to see an extension. Perhaps the
So
Clash
double mirror.
can play inside of Freezer to protect that double mirror, or
Please no.
maybe
I can't
please-
take it.
Just don't use the
do
double
that.
mirror. Don't do that to us. Please.
Don't
Oh,
do it.
change! Habana! Yes! Yes!
A really solid choice, actually. Because you can just blow the mirrors from a distance. That's good. That's smart. That's a good adaptational pick. If that's how they're going to want to run this. And I just... Black mirrors are such a valuable piece. Okay, let me explain the reason why I'm saying don't put the black mirrors there, right? It's such a valuable piece of utility, and I think I hinted at this last time we saw this site. It's such a valuable piece of utility that putting two of them together on the same wall is just really not a good plan, right? Like, you're wasting two really valuable pieces of utility, because right now, where Heinz is at, in E-Box, just up above where we're looking. Thank you, Observer. I appreciate that. If you stuck a black mirror on that reinforcement right there, you can much more effectively control the entrance to bunker, which would defeat the entire purpose of having to put a mirror on the bunker wall. But they're not going to do it. They're going to put it there instead,
double mirror.
which... Well, they can't fit two mirrors there, so that's
Yeah.
good. But they are going to put it back there. Okay, this is exactly what I was talking about. Not the ideal mirror setup, because honestly, the one on the wall right there is solo wall is not doing a lot for you. But certainly that one is. That's going to potentially allow them to really shut things down until the X-Kairos pellets
Rotate the bandit!
just destroy it.
Oh, they have no batteries. Oh. Well, there's one of the limitations of the mirror. I think that's something we have to mention, that when it's not electrified, you can easily go and really quickly dismantle it by throwing any sort of Hibana charge on it, hard breach, anything that breaks through the reinforcement. The second thing that is worth mentioning in this case is also that when you place it on a wall like that, you are able to swing to the side, which doesn't allow, but as soon as you get up, you melee that and you're not able to see through the mirror. So that's why that one single wall could be considered one that's not too good. Trojan, what I don't understand here is why they have opted to not go for the bandit trick, especially when Akali is one of the operators that you're actually able to properly trick. I understand it is a very hard thing to do. It's hard to hear. But regardless, look at this. Another counter. Kali will counter the Clash. Whenever you get hit with one of those high caliber sniper bolts, you'll actually be ricocheted and go into that shield break animation.
Oh, Trojan just lights Saturine up as they come in through the front door. Elite Moose checking out the big thing stairs. Look at that. Killer Pink just challenges on the Finka. No Fear Cavalier right there with the spear in hand and jabs it right into the guts of the defender. Bandit is down, and now the defense trying to reposition a little bit here. Fleegs getting lit up right there. Activates that riot control shield, but they're actually going to go ahead and just get the plant down. Using Disc will throw it out. The C4 comes over the top and doesn't secure the kill. Instead, Ajax is taken down by Elite Moose. Look at Ancient Boot coming back from no direction. Gets a clean kill there from another side that was being watched by Elite Moose. Run, Elite Moose! No! The Deagle comes out and Elite Moose is hunted into extinction. And that just leaves Chief Todd holding on to that submachine gun, and unfortunately it will avail them not. Heinz will go ahead and get that plant, and that will be a St. Ambrose round win.
Going up now 4-1. last round in the split. This is more or less mirroring what we saw in the previous map. Tofu, I'm looking for an analysis. And I might as well ask Kowalski from the Penguins of Madagascar because I have nothing. I don't know what to tell you. They did a great job going for the retake and using the clash for utility. But regardless, I'm a little bit puzzled by that one.
You want me to give you my kind of best faith breakdown of kind of the problems that were had right there. One is that there was a lack of flank watch, which is why you saw Boot was able to translate all the way around like that. They had, I believe it was Elite Moose watching that staircase, but he peeled off to go look back towards the bomb site, and that was just problematic. Because they stopped watching the staircase, which made it a very easy kill for Ancient Boot. The other thing that was a bit problematic is I don't think they should have set up a crossfire angle from Freezer when they went in for that plant. Can you imagine? Like, let's, rewind it a little bit and think about it from a different perspective. Imagine if you had any of the following actually sitting in that position: Elite Moose, Saturn, or even Killer Pink, even though Killer Pink was essential for challenging the entrance. Just imagine if they had a crossfire angle off of the freezer right there, Binks. They would have completely shut that down. Clash can't block like 3 directions at once, right? So that would have been a really effective hold. It was a good idea, and I appreciate the courage and gumption it took to rush in and try and get that plant down. I appreciate that Hastings is trying to play to the objective, but the site defense is just not there. The only time that we've really seen it there is when they had the plant just outside of showers. Other than that, it's been pretty subpar.
You have a point there, but last time we saw a very effective plant go down inside of meeting room or dining hall, I guess would be the right name for it. No! Don't blind your teammates. Regardless, they'll get the kitchen wall open. The site has been changed to go all the way into meetings, so an interesting extension as this will be a very big pivot point as all the players on St. Ambrose are now looking to deny this quick entrance into kitchen. Toxic Babes being set up for this quick push, and the nade almost taking out Hines as we know it. The 4 players waiting it out. Callie set up prone. Oh no, that's the Thermite. The Callie is rotating into bathroom showers now. Doesn't have a really good way to rotate, but I like that Hastings is setting up in a way that they are just able to completely set all of their focus to this one site and nowhere else.
Have Thermite rotate. You should have had Thermite rotate around. You can't really do it now because I don't think you can make it happen. You should have had Thermite rotate around to where Saturn is and just blow the wall open. Simple as. And they might have actually, yep, there it is. Thank you. Accusing Disc, whoever the IGL is, saw that, called it out. Open up that wall with the exothermic. They can't do anything about it. Look at that. It's forced Hines out of position. There's a kill from Elite Moose. The C4 goes out. Good effort there from Trojan to try and shut it down, but ultimately in vain. Now you're in a really dangerous situation. Good counterfire from Ancient Boot to shut down Saturine, but it's not over yet. Accusing Disc can also push in on that angle. They've got smokes that they can play with here as well. That's exactly what they were waiting for. Now you just need to figure out where you want Chief Todd to go to get the plant down because you put the defenders on the back foot.
They don't have many options here. Look, there's no impacts left for Valkyrie. Plant now going down. You have to listen for this. Ajax will do a keep point in that. Trojan to find a double kill. And now all left in the lone some attacker of Elite Moose, which will also fall to Trojan. St. Ambrose having a very nice half, finishing it off 5-1 as they go spiraling towards the second one. I do believe Corbeck, they should be able to take it in absolute stellar fashion.
Again, it was a very similar issue to what we saw in the basement defenses or the basement attacks, which is it was a good idea, but it was a little bit of a poor execution. I think they might have actually had Thermite open up the wrong wall I think I would have had him open up the one that was further down in security, because then you actually can form a cutoff, right? You can also challenge in the meeting room if you want and really isolate those players. So that's something to think about right there. But it's a little bit, it's back and forth. They had the right idea in setting up the flank. I appreciate that they had the thought. And I think that they were on the right track. There was also just a little bit of a step down in coordination once they actually got the breach open. There was some very clear hesitation about exactly what they wanted to do with the plant. They should have had Chief Todd in position to just slam the plant down immediately and then just moved into defensive mode. But okay, lesson learned. Moving on. You're on the defense now. 5-1. Not a great scoreline by any stretch of the word, but it's worth pointing out that Hastings was 4-2, not much better on the last map, and they still managed to bring it up almost to overtime. So I think that it's entirely possible that Hastings could put in a really good shift on the defense here. They seem to be a team that favors the defense in a lot of respects. Would I have chosen this lineup of defensive operators, Banks? Probably not. But if this is what they feel comfortable with, maybe that's just for the best. Don't know about that Frost map, but hey.
Let's talk about it. You know what, Korvik? Let's talk about it. That Frost map is good. It's covered by the barbed wire.
That's okay.
It's okay. Yeah. It might be a little bit predictable,
that's
but they
fine.
Don't always
that's a standard position.
You go to the master one, though. You open up that one door. Hey, Hines just saw it. Ajax can break open that thing, and he sees it right away. Hey, it's really, really getting looked at. He's looking at the bandit as well. It's just very visible to the point where as soon as you send a drone in, that utility is now being wasted. And if that catches someone, I think it's already been destroyed, but if that catches someone, I might have to walk away.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like the most advantageous frost mats are the ones that are where people either A, know for sure they're going to be there and but have no choice but to play around them.
Thank you.
They did, yeah. Or the other frost mats are the ones where are put in places where people would never think to look for them, right? That one is just too obvious because you know that your opponents are going to drone that. By the way, I do appreciate what they're doing with the Osa right now. Ooh, Flea's just pushing up here, using that mobile shield as cover. Look at this little peek hole, by the way, that Ajax has made. He's got to be very careful. No, he can see your foot, dude. Oh, ooh, Flea's gets killed? What?
What?
The impact grenade, I think, knocked them out, so I don't really understand what happened right there. Elite Moose did something with impacts. That's about all I know. And then Elite Moose is going to challenge, but it's actually Saturday firing in through the Maverick hole who secures the kill. And the master bedroom has turned into a terrible place to be. But just as quickly, St. Ambrose is pushing back in the opposite direction. Look at the plates they've been making. This is filthy.
Watch it.
All off of one Maverick hole.
You don't have to put all your pressure into one little angle. You can give that angle up and just make sure it's not good. You get your pick off of it. You know that they know exactly where to put. Lured free fire. You get off that Maverick hole because it's now becoming a liability. You need to push up. Chief Todd now to take out Ancient Boot, leaving 2 defenders remaining. St. Ambrose have a chance to bring this attack back as they have 2 lonesome attackers that have separate push ideologies. They can both hold this off, though, because the defenders of Hastings are also in that same spread out manner. There's no chance for a cross peak, although they can hold it together. But Chief Todd will be the first to fall. And now all left up to the Frost. Swinging out, trying to find the thermite. They'll find it. That's diffuser down. Trojan 10-3. They don't like to die. And here is why they're looking for the final Frost. 20 seconds. They have angles to play with. They can shoot through the wall. Trojan with that sledgehammer is going to open a wall, but there's accusing Dis to secure the second round for Hastings. Korvik, they made it work.
It's just a bit of good reflexes there from accusing Disc on the whip round and get the kills. It looks like St. Ambrose is taking a timeout here. I guess to just discuss what went wrong. That was a rough round. In a lot of ways. That was a very rough round, but it's funny how often you see weird things happen with Maverick holes like that. What was it? It was like 3 or 4 kills off of one Maverick hole, I want to say. So pretty brutal in that regard, but again, the ideas are kind of there for that attack, right? They're establishing crossfire. They're getting into master bedroom. the execution, though, does leave a little bit to be desired. The classic example being that Maverick hole, just not a very effective like Mav hole, probably less of like more dangerous for your team in the end than it was for their opponent. I have no idea, unfortunately, what happened with Osa and the impact grenades. I wish I could tell you, Binks, but you get stuck in that closet sometimes, and if there's really good crossfire pushing into that master bedroom like they kind of had established right there by Elite Moose, it's a very dangerous place to be. It's a kill box.
It is, and that's one of the reasons why you always have to make sure. Like, I understand putting a trap there, but someone gets down in a frostbite there, I don't understand what you're gonna do to secure a kill. It's not like you have another thing that we have to mention is that in competitive, you don't have point notifications on. So a good this is genuinely a pro tip. As I'm hoping pros still do this. I used to tell the players that I coach to do this all the time. Whenever you're throwing a nade, you always have someone have their scoreboard open. Or if you have a trap, or if you have someone who's dead and there's no cams, you get that scoreboard open. If you just see a random 50 come out of nowhere, you say, "Hey, you got it down in your frost mat," or "Hey, did you hear that? You have this from here." That way you can tell, because points give away a lot of information, but if you have your scoreboard open, they can still be affected. So especially with like a nade toss, you throw that nade in, you can see almost immediately that, hey, you down someone with that nade, throw another one, or okay, maybe that spot's no good.
True, and you know, it's worth pointing out that if you had brought the Maverick there to counteract the Bandit battery, right, that had been set on that game's kind of closet wall, because the floor underneath it is soft, it's very easy, right, for the Maverick himself could do it. You just go underneath and throw a frag grenade up at the floor. Get a Zofia in with impacts, lifeline charges, do it. Easiest thing in the world to open it up. Saves you the hassle of having to go through that whole, you know, process of, you know, mav the hole, shoot the bandit. It's just a mess, right? You can easily avoid it. But anyway, that's a lot about last round. It's just there was a lot to think about right there. They've got the mirror here on the basement defense, and this is a very standard black mirror placement that they're showing us. Not sure exactly why they've Swiss cheese that solo wall leading up towards basement stairs, but they might have a better idea of what they've done. And I like these black mirror placements. They are coming a little bit late, though, and particularly that one has come a bit late, but there is no Hibana here to challenge it. And yes, thank you for showing us that unfortunately the meeting / e-box hatch is still soft, which is going to render that mirror less than useful if somebody were to rotate up there and flank, though I don't think that's necessarily guaranteed.
Yeah, it seems like we haven't seen too much vertical.
We're still doing site prep, by the way, and it's 45 seconds into the
They could have sprayed through the wall. They fully could have sprayed through the wall, which I always do. I always spray that wall. When I see a mirror, I spray both sides because you don't know where they could be sitting. You catch someone off guard, spray a wall. You have destructibility in your guns, and it opens things up. So please just shoot your guns, because you guys were not... You might not have been playing Siege when you saw that they did not have any ammo in the guns. They actually brought a buff, and that was a really big thing for the game at a time, where you could only have like 2 or 3 mags. They quickly changed that so you have so much. Once they did that, if you finish a round and you find yourself without ammo, I am astounded. Because of how hard it is, the nade coming through. That's why you might want to take a Jaeger or a 1-my. But regardless, you want to be able to shoot your gun and make sure that the utility is being used. Uwu doing a great job showing off that that Osa shield provides a lot of information. But Korbeck, I think there needs to be a little bit more spraying here, demonstrated by the mirror, because that's exactly what you have to do with that high fire rate. But look, 127 rounds. You have to use them. Spray your gun when they know where you are.
It's interesting, and it's something I would have, I think, considered here is, you know, the elbow hold with the smoke would have kind of denied a lot of what they're doing right now. Hines has managed to get that wall open and is just going in for the cheeky plant. They've legitimately got no way to counter it. Chief Todd is the closest person in position, but that Osa shield really showing its value right there. Ajax now playing from a different angle, covering it. This is a very good post-site plant, except for that one little spot, and it was quickly found by Chief Todd, but there's someone to counteract it almost immediately the other way. That's because Trojan is pushing up into Freezer. Now, this is a lot of good angle coverage from St. Ambrose. This is the kind of assault that you would want to see on this basement site. Now, poor Killer Pink just kind of trapped here in this closet. Not a lot that can be done in this situation. The chances of actually managing to get in for the diffuser are very low indeed. Fleegs is just going to go ahead and finish off, and now the challenge there coming out, but it'll be Fleegs on the low shot who will take out the Rook. So a good post-plant scenario right there, and again, perhaps demonstrating why you want to try and hold that elbow for as long as you can, Binks. That or, you know, get a Jaeger, like you said. Like you sang.
Saying said, what is the difference, Corbeck? I don't think there is one. Because unfortunately, these players can't hear us. And it gives them a lot to work on in game. It allows us to see progression of teams throughout a game, as well as to be able to see and note very big progression that they make throughout the season. I think we have not stressed enough that this is week one. We don't know how much and how long these teams have been playing together. So there is oftentimes first week jitters. You don't know exactly how your opponent's going to play. You don't know how exactly you guys want to be playing as a team. So it's a lot of finding that comfort zone and just doing what's right, trying new things, which we have seen a lot of. And it has been a little bit nostalgic to be able to see that double mirror setup, but at the same time, learning and seeing that, hey, that does not work. Let's not go for that.
Very true. You bring up a valid point, right? That sometimes you just kind of have to be identifying the weaknesses in your own defense and working to counteract them. And let's be honest, right? This is one of the most defensible sites in the entire game of Siege. And unfortunately, it's proven to be a real struggle here for Hastings. I mean, even those mute jam replacements, I think, leave a little bit of something to be desired. They're able to get the drone quickly enough, but you also maybe have to accept that there are certain things that you just can't protect. That's a good one right there. I mean, you caught 2 drones off of it. I don't know if you can still use the placement on top of the laundry machine. That used to be a classic to shut down low stairs, but with the mute changes, it might not work anymore. I'll have to do some testing next time I'm brave enough to step into Siege. But they've put a black mirror on that wall now, and again, I don't know that it's really going to help prevent what's coming. I don't want to sound like a broken record, so I'm not going to say it. If Saturday can play this mirror window very, very well, that could prevent what's coming. But unfortunately, Hines has got a drone in behind him. Mason can just watch whatever they're doing.
I think he's trying. I think they're trying to single. No. Little bit of cat and mouse. This is what I live for. This right here is what I live for. Creeping up so they can go for the meal. Ah! Why would you detonate it?
No.
Why?
Yeah, just leave it.
Why? You leave it and you peek out when they try to shoot it. No.
That's okay. If you're watching this VOD back, you know that now. It does help to do that.
Osa has a very powerful lane. Goes, look, they creep up. Boom. Bye-bye, Mira. But good refrag. That's what you want to see happening. Breaking it down now. They have the angle. But what's this? They were already exposed from above. How did you not capitalize on that kill? They're now over to their second mirror, which once again should be meleeed out rather efficiently as watch above. Nope, never mind. Don't watch above you because that's not where the kill's going to come from.
It was not. It was Ajax who got the kill right there, coming in from the entrance to bunker. But honestly, there wasn't a good position there at all. Saturday didn't need to challenge that, and probably shouldn't have. Elite Moose is about to get gangland style capped in the back of the head by Ancient Boot right there on the staircase. Unfortunate indeed. Elite Moose was looking the wrong direction. Yeeted when he should have skeeted right there, and now Ajax will happily throw in a grenade. He dies. Oh, now that is a problem. That's not great. That's your guy for getting that wall open. That's no longer an option. So it's time for an audible down through E-Box hatch, and you better hope the defenders aren't quick enough to react to this. And it doesn't appear that they are. Hines should be able to move up here. He's getting engaged in a little bit of a tete, but there's not enough defenders around to really challenge this.
They also have they do have these 2 C4s in their pocket that they can be using to just honestly defer this entire plant because they can just throw it right on over. Killer Pink has the 2-time scope, one of, if not the best scope to deal with this type of problem. You'll see the thermite spraying out. Use that amplified scope, Pink! But no, it's gonna be the kills coming out, accusing Dis to be able to find a triple kill, keeping their team alive. Trojan 10 and 4. We mentioned how they hate dying, and now is the time that they especially do not want to go. Match point. They want to be done with this. They want to go to bed. They'll go for the plant, making it. Find the kill, looking for a second one.
No.
But the time will tick right on down, and Hastings will secure their next round.
I thought Chief Todd was going to challenge that and die. I was like, no, buddy, just stay back. You're okay. Just wait him out. He's got to go for the plant. They say pros don't fake, but I guess we're not necessarily pros here in collegiate, not yet. So that was a good fake there by Trojan, who managed to secure 1 kill. Would have been even better if he could have got the other one, but Chief Todd unfortunately was delayed in getting around the corner. But you know, honestly, it was a defense that really hinged on the death of Ajax. That was where they managed the breakthrough, because I'm pretty sure if they had been able to get the big wall open there into elbow, they would have slammed down the defuser and it would have been perfectly fine. They would have won. Simple as. Unfortunately, he got clipped. It was a good hold coming out of the supply closet to get that shot, and it's given Hastings a little bit of life. Whether or not they can turn this into something better is yet to be determined. Look at the sheer number of drones coming in there, and a little swarm akin to the last third movie of The Matrix that nobody really wants to talk about. Just a ton of drones swarming in, and I think you're going to get a pretty good idea, Binks, of the direction that the attack from St. Ambrose is going to follow.
At this point, they have options. Don't put the frost mat there. Don't put the frost mat there. Move. Other thing about trap operators, you do not want to be the one to be placing them in the same spot. Unpredictability, as my good friend Korbeck once mentioned, is going to be key. Placing them in different locations is what you want to do to thee. But regardless, guys, don't do the same thing. Repetitive actions do not work. If you put them in the same spot, it is only natural for someone to learn where it is, and it becomes a habit, especially the same way that you get into the habit when you see a frost, you spray down below. So that's a good adaptation to be able to put 2 frost mats over by the double window, because they're going to shoot one, and unless they drone out, they won't know to look for the other one.
A bomb has been located.
I despair at the placement of that mute, because that I think means that they've sacrificed Attic. So okay, you've really tightened yourself up now. It's a very difficult position to be in. They've managed to get this Maverick up here, so that's going to be the easiest frag in the world right there. Again, just a reminder, you could do that from below, but if you want to go ahead and use the blowtorch and be cool about it, that's perfectly fine. They'll get the bandits down, though. Hines is going to go for the exothermic. He knows that they're tricking it, and Hines just loses his exothermic charge. That is unfortunate indeed. He's got another one here, and they'll call Ajax in with the frag grenade destroyer there, and he'll get another one down, but this is all burning time. 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Well, you know what? There's a really clear solution to this called a Zofia, or a Zero, who you can shoot into the floor and right on through, or through a window if you so choose. But regardless, I gotta tell you, Korbeck, I think that they're just really missing the net, because Hines pushing it to sight, he really has it covered. Swinging around, Ajax, he's got the killer on the killer pink, and he's going for the second one, but a quick swing from the Rook will almost secure it. But there's the down. Ajax has it now. Swinging around, amazing disc. Oh, you also got Elite moves coming up huge with these 2 kills. The plan has been denied, and now they have a minute, and they have to choose if they're going to get this plant off, and we have to know now, because any more time, and I just couldn't tell.
They could just impact him. They could. They have elite moves. If he can get into position, he could, I guess, throw an impact in there. Hines is already at half health. He's very low. They obviously don't know that. Yuwu Fleegs is not helping cover this plant at all. In fact, now finally beginning to move towards a position of coverage, but is going to get caught on the bulletproof. Oh, I thought Hines had planted. No, Hines hasn't actually got the plant down. Hines turns around and gets a kill, doubles down, gets 2. And the Thermite will quite likely have won this out unless Elite Moose can pull off some sort of miracle play. 9 and 8 here as the diffuser is slammed down. Up comes Elite Moose, and buddy, if there's ever time to be the elitist of Moose, now is that time. He's got a full magazine in the gun, waiting patiently, looking over towards Games. Going to reposition here, but it's all in vain. He was looking at the long angle towards Master Closet. He can't quite find anyone on it. Now pushing up in the opposite direction. Needs to be very careful indeed. He knows where Thermite is. Good headshot right there. Can he take out the Osa? No, he can't. Uwu Fleegs with pure Osa power pops up from behind that shield and pops ahead. And that means St. Ambrose will walk off with a 2-0 victory.
So close. Oh man, oh man, oh man, they are so close to winning that round. Oh no, I need to sit down. Oh, They got me standing up for that last round. Oh my goodness. I gotta tell you, Corbeck, this has been an absolute emotional roller coaster since we started over on Clubhouse. These teams have been doing a great job, and come on, they've got it. They have so much that they can go and walk away from this game thinking, hey, you know what? This has been good. We have learned a lot from this match, and we did see a lot of improvement throughout.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be kind of learned here, and I do think that as the rounds progressed, some things were adapted well. There were still some issues, even at the very last round, right, that are going to need to be hammered out. But one of the, I think, great aspects of NECC as an organization is it gives these collegiate teams an opportunity to compete against opponents of similar skill levels, and I think it's fair to say that those teams were relatively evenly matched, all things considered. Even if it is a 2-0 score line, they were, it was close, especially on the first map. And in doing so, competing against teams, you learn, right? And that's a key part of the learning process. So hopefully they've taken something away from this and they can, figure out some new strategies, come back in their next match and put in a solid performance and hopefully secure a W or maintain their streak of W's, as it were.
I'm really looking forward to that. And Corbeck, it has been an absolute blast tonight, and I'm really looking forward to see what these teams bring later on in the season. But on that note, I do believe that will be it for us. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the NECC. We love having you here, and we cannot wait to catch you guys again very, very soon.